You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to the Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello. So glad you could join us. What's that? Why is my face not moving? Because Milo doesn't know how to set up a webcam properly, that's why. I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets, and your host for tonight's campaign. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. As you'll see, all of the players are working from home and practicing their social distancing. As soon as the time is right, I'll let all of the players back into my dungeon, okay? Good. Now, throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. Tonight, we have 3 Dungeon Run props for you. The others are coming back as soon as Milo can figure out technology. If you love the show, you can show love. When you buy Show Love, Jeff will see it and may read your name out during the show, showing you some love. And of course, you could show love to any member of the team. You could bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage, the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once and take the highest. Or you can set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. After all, life is pain. When you give props, please specify which player at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you. Also, for all things Dungeon Run, head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com. There you will find more information on our characters, some wonderful Dungeon Run shirts, and a link to the Dungeon Run Discord, where you can join a great community of runners. You can upload your fan art there as well. And to those who've already submitted, I see you and I thank you. Now, let's meet our brave souls, the cast of characters. Please welcome Jared K. Jack as Civ Red Thistle. Jessica Lynn Parsons as Fahima Taig. Morgan Peter Brown as James Quillis. And that's Jeff there. I know this is strange, but don't worry about it. We'll get through it. Ronald Ogden, go ahead and raise your hand. Let us know that you are Uggo. Katie Michaels is Lily Dumblestock. And of course, you already saw him, our Dungeon Master himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Jeff Kanata. Now, as the journey continues, I, Lord Ereban, will be joining you in your social conversations around the game. So keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. And please do disregard any technical difficulties. This is not easy, after all, you know. Now, before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. it would give me great pleasure if you would share the show. Just click below and let all of your admirers know that you are watching the Dungeon Run. Milo, keep it down over there. Now, keep your comments coming. Be ever vigilant and let the dice roll.
Yeah!
Wow!
Hooray!
Woo!
Did it.
Wow.
We're here. We're back.
We're
doing a
here.
show.
Oh my goodness! We're here with all of our
James,
friends.
Matt.
Hello, everyone. Hello, first-time watchers. I hope there's a bunch of people tuning in for the first time. Hello, watchers of the time stream. We are so pleased to be able to be doing this show from our homes. We are doing the responsible thing. We're staying home. We're practicing social distancing, and we're trying to do the right thing, but keep this show going. And I don't think I have ever been happier to be able to be here with all of you and all of you players to be able to enjoy our show. So thank you for being with us tonight. We're figuring it out as we go, so there may be some technical stuff that happens. Bear with us. I think this is going to be a fun adventure. And we still have advantage and disadvantage and show love. There will be no forces tonight, but I'm excited to just be able to play, and I'm excited to play with you guys. So thank you, everybody.
Same.
All right. Shall we jump in?
Yeah.
We're ready.
Let's do
Let's
it.
do it. Been
So
waiting
excited to
for
find
us.
out what we're
Seriously.
doing.
Yes.
We have
I-
no
I-
idea.
Yeah.
I'm told I'm playing someone named James.
Okay.
It started as a simple dungeon run, but it has turned into a grand adventure. 5 strangers discovered a magic amulet in that dungeon that forced them into a team. Civ, the Tabaxi rogue, Fahima, the fire genasi wizard, James, the human warlock, Ugo, the orc barbarian, and Lily, the beach gnome bard. Together they have tamed wild Pegasus, defeated scores of clockwork robots, liberated an island under attack, journeyed to the bottom of the sea to battle a monstrous kraken, saved a duke from a humiliating fate, lifted a forest's blood curse, survived a war between orcs and dwarves, and begun to unravel a centuries-old mystery involving the most powerful beings in their world. And they couldn't have done any of it without you, the watchers of the time stream, who have used their amulet as a means to break through the barrier between realities and influence their fates, helping to craft their stories. Along the way, you have saved them and challenged them and introduced ideas into their world, large and small. You created a goddess and named a species. You have watched and cheered and shown love as they've met countless characters and learned more about their world and the secrets that it holds. But what if there was a way for them to understand even more about what awaits? What if you could give them a chance to discover exactly what your gifts comprise? The amulet has allowed them to live out hidden memories from a time lost to history and promises to do so again. But what if it could reveal other secrets? Show them other corners of the world, other sides to the story? What if it could give them firsthand knowledge of things only hinted at? Offer them new possibilities? This is a unique moment. Things are different, and we have that opportunity. When last we saw the Heroes of Bingle, they were deep within a mountain stronghold, fending off terrible beasts to reach the entrance of an ancient dwarven fortress. The mighty door blocking their way was sealed with inscrutable magic. But your influence, your force of good, proved to be the only thing that could grant them passage. Paradoxically, it was only by doing nothing that they could accomplish what they needed. But in that moment of nothingness, worlds abound. It is within that split second, within that tiny instant of emptiness between heartbeats, that a new story unfolds. Within the amulet, there are many tales of Ein. In a flash and 2 blinks of an eye, the heroes of Bingle find themselves in a different story indeed. And you, adventurers, the first thing you notice is the smell.
Shocking.
It is a familiar smell to you, James. The smell of home. The smell of damp cobblestone streets, of cedar burning in the chimneys of buildings packed too closely together.
Oh, man.
Of city life and city people. It is the smell of Turlis.
Okay.
And it is so evocative. It conjures a feeling in you of a time long past. It smells different than the Turlis you left mere weeks ago. It smells like the Turlis of your youth, dingy and raw and dangerous. Before Persta Samuels brought her iron fist of justice to bear on the city. And as each of you open your eyes, you can see that you are on a busy city street. People of various sizes and shapes and races shuffle past, all dressed differently. Among the crowds, you each recognize a couple of individuals wearing the robes of Nightstone Abbey. 1 or 2 flicking their wrist and muttering, casting trivial but helpful spells as they walk along. Clearly, the moratorium on magic you remember so well is not in place. Suddenly, a door opens in front of you, and a short human male pops his head out. "You're late," he looks around. "And your boss isn't here either? Well, come inside, come inside." He guides the 5 of you through the door, and you begin to walk down a long hallway. "Much was made of your needing the back entrance for this business, and yet you don't have the prudence to arrive on time and altogether. I can provide you a waiting area, but we shan't begin until all parties present. Please, take a seat here, and I'll return. I'm sure I don't need to remind you that there are guards behind each of these doors, and precautions taken should anything get out of hand, with all due respect."
Of
And he
course.
leaves. You find yourselves in a fairly small room. A rug with intricate patterns covers the entirety of the floor. An ornate desk made out of wood at the back of the room with several doors along the wall behind it. A lantern and a quill and ink sit on the desk. And my son screaming in the background.
Do we hear that? Is that something to be concerned about?
I wanna take a second to just thank people for the love. Damon 7, Fallstar, Cold Candor, Angel Devilson, Damon 7 again, Lily Lily Bumblebay, and others. Thank you.
Bumblebee.
Thank you very much for those balloons. We appreciate it. We need it
Love it.
tonight. We're very grateful for you being here with us. All right, so you guys are there. You're seated. There are seats. You don't need to be seated, but there are seats. It is clearly a room that looks very well decorated, but it is empty, save for that desk and those doors.
Jeff, am I able-
James,
Yes. Yes.
what's going on?
Your guess is as good as mine.
You mean you didn't do this?
No, I definitely did not.
Fahima, did you do this? Not that I'm aware of. Do you know that man, James?
No. His voice sounded. No, I don't think so. No, Jeff, I did not recognize him. No.
Not at all. No.
Am I able to tell what neighborhood we're in? What part of town? You said we saw people from Nightstone, but we're not on the Nightstone grounds. It doesn't sound.
You are not on the Nightstone grounds. You are in a business district, but it doesn't look like the Turlis that you recall that you were just in. All of you were in not too long ago. It looks like how you remember Turlis being hustling and bustling and kind of dirtier and more urban. You know, it's more tightly packed together, a little more dangerous.
This is the amulet.
I'm gonna look down, Jeff. Do I still have the same stuff? Am I dressed the same, or am I dressed like somebody else?
You are dressed like someone else. You look down and you see a body. You perceive yourself, but you clearly are not in the clothes that you were just in. You guys were most recently in your armor, your
the lava hide,
lava hide armor that you had procured for your adventure. You are not in that anymore. In fact, you're dressed rather casually.
What's the last thing everyone remembers?
We were in the four former forges, or we were about to go inside of the four former forges.
We opened the door.
I did just vomit.
Right. Oh,
I remember.
How do you feel right now?
I was knocked down and then I vomited. I feel fine.
okay.
Actually.
Well, there was the force of good about positivity and doing nothing. The
Right.
seemingly useless thing, right? And
Oh, maybe this is like a spa day.
Hey, I don't have them all.
you don't?
Oh
No.
Yes, I'm missing my sword as well.
Okay.
Mm.
I
Meep is with
Here.
you.
Ugh.
Meep is there. She's on your shoulder.
I'm guessing Mr. Whispers is in my pocket.
Mr. Whispers is with you as well, yes.
and I have my orb and my book.
You do have your orb in your book. You're all able to do all of the abilities that you've acquired, all of the things you've learned, all of the levels you've acquired in your main quest still seem to be with you now, but you definitely seem to be in a different place, and it feels like a different time.
Yes. I'm sorry.
You've all had the experience before of leaping into the Warden's memories, and it is not dissimilar to that, but there are new feelings. It's not, you don't feel like you are doing that again. It does not seem completely the same. It
We
is
look down
definitely
and
has
see
its own
ourselves.
qualves to it. What's that?
We look down and see ourselves, not
You see
not
yourselves,
the
just-
wardens as previously.
That's right. You don't look down and see the heroes of the Ariat age that you had all inhabited.
Right. This.
I just registered something.
What?
That guy just said that there's guards behind the door. Are we under threat?
I don't know. He also said they were waiting for the rest of our party. He mentioned a boss that wasn't here.
Well, if we are being held captive, this is a very nice jail cell.
Right.
This doesn't seem like any prison I was familiar with before. It doesn't seem like a
No,
jail
there was
cell.
something strange about the street. There was something. Listen, I mean, this it doesn't feel like Turlis, the current present day. There's something about it to me that seemed like 20, 30 years old, maybe older. I don't know.
What?
James, when that gentleman returns, do you mind asking him some questions and trying to figure out where we are or when we
Yes, happily.
And as you're talking, you hear that same door down the hallway that you entered open, and a tiny bell rings. And from down that hall, you hear voices, or more accurately, a single voice, but going non-stop. You wouldn't believe the prices in this part of town. Last time I was here, I paid 15 gold for a single night at the inn. Yeah, I think it was the inn we just passed. Did you catch the name of it? Maybe it wasn't that one, but it was around here. 15 gold. Of course, I stabbed two well-dressed nobles and stole their purses before I left, so all told I was up by 30 gold by the time I skipped town. But can you believe it? 15 gold! It's robbery. That's what I call it. It's robbery. I tell you, the food wasn't good either. I think I had the duck, or maybe it was a goose. Is a duck white or is a goose white? Well, either way, it wasn't white. It was brown because it was all cooked, but not well. It tasted like a boot. Not that I've ever eaten a boot, but it sure feels like I have. That duck or goose, or was it a turkey or a hen? It might have been a hen. Well, it tasted like, well, I think a boot would taste like. I knew a guy who knew a guy whose brother got lost for 3 weeks and had to eat his boots to survive. And I ever tell you that story? And it goes on like this. You just hear this nonstop as the footfalls and the voices get closer down the hall. And eventually, you see the source of this rambling. Two men, one large, tall and broad, his silver hair pulled back in a ponytail, a beard down to mid-chest, and the smaller man, younger, wiry, brown matted hair along with sideburns. And as they come into view, you hear the bigger man say, "I swear, One of these days, I'm gonna rip that tongue out of your head, loudmouth.
Whoa.
Twist!
When I hear that,
Whoa!
I immediately, Jeff, when I hear that voice, I immediately draw 2 daggers and start making my way over towards behind the door.
Ooh,
Same.
Sip. I'll go.
I draw
sip,
'em all.
I'll go.
No!
I'll go.
You don't have them. Okay.
From behind the table,
Hold on.
one of the doors opens, and that short human that you saw earlier reemerges. He's dressed simply but elegantly. He has a thin mustache that's waxed to points on either side. And he comes out and he says, "Oh, now that we are all here, I trust you are carrying the possessions that you wish us to keep for you."
Does Whitebeard and Loudmouth, do they look at us with any sense of recognition, or do they look
Not
surprised?
at all. I mean,
to see us?
they are no. It's not recognition in the sense that they know you as the Heroes of Bingle, but they certainly are comfortable that you are in that room.
Okay, just looking like.
Yeah, Jeff, I am staring Whitebeard down.
Yeah.
Just
He doesn't even.
daggers.
He's not even. He's kind of just looking at the
Cool.
small human,
Yeah,
taking you all in.
I'll awaken to mind to everybody, my 4 friends, and basically say like, hold on. Let's
So the
just
small man says,
gather
that,
some information. Sorry, go ahead.
Small man says, "Now that you are all here, I trust you are carrying the possessions you wish us to keep for you." "I am. I can assure you, measures have been put in place to keep your treasure secure for many, many years to come. In fact, wait. Are you going to even ask about how all this happened? How we got here? What you're holding on to?" "Loudmouth, be quiet." No. He's got to know. You see these 5 sail swords right here? This ragtag lot? They don't look like much, but without them, none of this would have even happened. Loudmouth, stop. "Oh, boss, this is how your renown spreads. He's going to be telling his grandkids about this one. Listen up, Mr. Bankerman. I'm going to tell you the legend of Whitebeard's vault."
Ooh, I love a story.
I immediately put the 2 daggers away,
Yeah.
sit down, and get very comfortable.
And as Loudmouth begins to speak, you are transported as if by magic back in time further.
What?
Into his tale.
What?
Is it a memory, a vision, a quantum leap back into another time? Whatever the case, it seems real to you. Now, if you recall, we got a force of good. Jared, do you remember your force of good?
Oh yeah, very clearly.
You want to explain to the audience what it is?
Yeah, I rolled, I don't remember the exact wording, but I remember that there was a treasure, Whitebeard's treasure, and it said it was hidden in one of 4 areas, and I rolled a 4 on a d4, and it was hidden in a vault in Turlis. And we even discussed going to Turlis in that moment relatively soon to investigate said treasure and perhaps relieve said treasure from said vault.
Well,
it's one of my cards. It's one of my favorite cards, actually.
It's one of my favorite cards too. And we're about to find out the story behind what's in Whitebeard's vault.
Cool.
So,
Woo!
as the tale unfolds, you find yourselves transported as if by magic into the story. It feels real to you. You feel the dry, arid wind swirling around you. You feel, you really hear the crunch of sand underneath your sandals. Sandals? You're wearing sandals? Yeah, you open your eyes to see a vast desert, blue sky, and a naked sun shine down. But it's not hot. The wind lashes around. There's nothing on the horizon anywhere you can see, just sand. Miles and miles and miles of sand. And you're walking, trudging through it in a line. It's a convoy, a procession of pirates walking through the sand. Up and down large dunes that rise and fall all around you. Several of them are pulling what looks like sleds. Something you might see in the Iditarod, for example. And on the sleds, there are crates and cages with various supplies, and some have what look like creatures moving around. Everybody roll perception.
I remember those creatures.
Advantage?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, do we have any advantages?
You do. Oh my goodness. Thank you for asking, because it's all here. Okay, Civ, you have advantage from Angel Devilson, countered by Grimfaded.
Yeah.
Of
You have
course.
advantage from Mickey Wolf 19, countered by Grimfaded.
Woo!
James, you have advantage from Cold Candor, countered by Grimfaded. Uggo, you have advantage from Cold Candor, countered by Grimfaded. And Lily, you have advantage from Rogden, our own Ronald
Thank you,
Ogden.
Katie.
Yeah.
Countered by
Thank you.
Grimfaded.
Aw.
Grimfaded showing you guys love already.
Thanks, everybody. 15.
All right.
7.
Natural one.
Natural one. Okay.
You got sand in your eye. You got sand in your
I
eye.
got a 10.
19.
10.
Yeah.
19.
Fahima, you are overwhelmed by having leapt into one vision and leapt into a second vision inside a vision. You guys are Inception. It's
Throw up
a
again.
flashback inside a flashback. Yeah, throw up again.
Fahima. No, please don't. Please don't. Oh, God.
Who rolled the 15?
I got
I
a
did.
19.
19. Okay, Uggo, you tend to be the person that notices things first. That's for sure. You spy in this long caravan. It seems like easily a dozen pirates, all kind of trudging along, pulling these sleds. They're attached by ropes, and they're walking along, pulling these sleds with crates and supplies on them. And you notice toward the middle of the pack of this procession, of this convoy, through the open desert, there is a figure, a man, that looks in pretty rough shape, is walking along, tattered clothes, in chains, trudging through the sand. Heavy, looks injured, bruised and battered.
Can I recognize him?
You do not. He has very pale skin, almost translucent, and almost a greenish tinge to his hair. Tall, muscular, looks like quite a well-built creature, but very much, in chains, injured, moving along through, and there are pirates that hold the other end of the chains, yanking him along as he kind of stumbles. And he also has like a bracelet on his hand that looks like it has you with your 19, you can see it even from here. This beautiful, I can show the camera, I guess I can just do it to myself. This beautiful large turquoise stone in it. It's tight around his very pale, translucent skin, almost silvery skin.
He looks, other than the pale silvery skin and the green hair, does he look human?
Ish, yeah. He's
Any
a
other
humanoid.
features like longer tusks, more hands,
No,
more fingers?
nothing like that. No, mostly a human. But as you arrive in this place, in this location, and take a few steps, you see him stumble and fall to the ground. And there's pirates yanking on his chains. And you hear from the front, "Hey, sellswords, check on him. Is he alive? Make sure he's not dead." It sounds like the same voice. It sounds like Loudmouth, the character that you just met before, leading the pack. He seems to be talking to the five of you, calling you the sellswords.
I guess that's our name now.
We'll go over to this creature in chains. Is he able to carry himself, or is he stumbling and not
Right now
able
he
to
has
walk?
just stumbled and fallen into the sand.
Well,
and
I will
looks-
help him up, and as I do that, I'm going to try to ascertain mostly what his state is in his face. Look him in the eyes, try to get some insight into, is it kind eyes? Are these, you know, that kind of stuff. Some insight into who.
Roll an insight check. It's a straight roll.
Okay.
Jeff, while this is happening, can I get a head count of how many pirates there are besides us sellswords and this captive?
Yeah, it's quite a number of them. It looks like at least a dozen.
Like a boat's worth?
Yeah.
14.
Maybe
Jeff,
slightly
14
less
on
than a
insight.
boat's worth.
14 on insight.
14. He looks. He's clearly scared. He looks like he is. I mean, 14. I think you glean some sense of his station in life.
Does he look at me with fear or anger?
He definitely looks at you with fear. He definitely looks at you, but there's a sort of an inner pride that he seems to be holding on to, a sense of not wanting to allow himself to be beaten. He's definitely trying to survive and not show any weakness.
Jeff, I'm trying to like look around us for any markers, look for anything like in James's knowledge of history and geography that might help him ascertain where we are.
Right.
Like where are there deserts in Ain that feel like this, if anything?
You know there are deserts to the far west.
Right.
On the map, past Pash.
Right.
It would be like the savagery is desolate like this. But this doesn't even what you've read of the savagery. It is not pure barren desert like this. It is at least has some sense of there are trees or even dead things. There's nothing here. This is just dunes, empty desert. I mean, this is
not seeing water on any side or anything like that.
Well, you see a horizon line, but you don't see. It just seems. You look behind you and you see tracks in one direction that head to the horizon, and you look forward and you see dunes.
Yes. Okay.
I'll go up. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. There you go.
I was just gonna go up to him. Because I saw I'll go over there because he told us to make sure he was alive, right?
Yes.
Was it Loudmouth who said that?
Loudmouth who said that. Yeah. The person who is telling this tale, you recognize that voice and that persona. He is, you as the Heroes of Bingle know Loudmouth well. This is a much younger version of him.
Jeff,
much more verbal version of him as well.
Go ahead, Katie.
Oh, I'll go up to our green-haired buddy, and like if he's fallen, or I'll go help him up, I guess.
Yeah.
So look at him and just what's your name? I'm not gonna hurt you.
I am Charon. Not that you care, but are you merely slavers? Are you here for the price on my head?
Charon, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know. I know that might be hard for you to believe, but you honestly might know more about this situation than we do. It's nice to meet you. I'm Lily. Dumblestock. May I ask where they found you?
You were with them. How do you... Where they found me?
You have to understand, I'm a little confused, so I just maybe need your help.
I need your help more than you need mine, for sure. They don't listen to me, and I have much to offer, if you will.
What are you trying to offer? I'll listen.
Whatever ransom you want, I can beat it 1,000 times. Believe me, I have access to riches and wonders beyond anything that these men have seen. Please, you must get the message to your leader.
Jeff, in Orcish, I say to him, "Where do you come from?"
He does not understand you.
He seems confused by what I say. Okay.
Yeah.
Jeff, I'm gonna make my way up to Loudmouth and kind of give them a little bit of space. I'm just gonna sidle up next to him.
Yeah, so he's sort of all the way at the head of the pack, and this is a long stretched caravan of pirates sludging through. So you're walking up past sleds with crates on them that seem to be moving with creatures. You move past supplies and just pirates walking through the sand in sandals, in sort of loose-fitting clothes. There's some that have armor on as well, but they're mostly just trying to get through traveling.
Right.
We have canteens and like everything that you would do for desert travel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Jeff, I pull out a canteen and I have a health potion and I pour it into the canteen and offer it to Charon.
Are you trying to do this without any of the other pirates seeing?
I'm trying to put the health potion in the water without anyone seeing, but offering him water is, and I'll be rough about it, but clearly for him to walk.
Roll me a sleight of hand check on the health potion thing.
Advantage or no?
Oh, you have no. It is a straight roll.
Okay. 16.
So you manage to do that. You slip the health potion in, and he looks at you and he says, "That is an unusually kind gesture, but I am in no need of water. Trust me. But sustenance, some food would be much appreciated if you have it."
I'll try to slide. We have rations. Do I have rations on me?
Mm-hmm.
Is it like hardtack, kind of like travel rations?
Indeed, yeah. It is kind of what you would have in a normal survival pack that you would get as starting equipment.
I'll stop. I'll go and be like, I'll go. Let me hand it to him.
Okay. Here.
Yeah, and then I'll sleight of hand it too.
Okay. You do have advantage, Lily, from Cold Candor.
Oh, hey, thanks, Cold Candor.
It's a sleight of hand check.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Civ, you have walked up all the way to the front where you see Loudmouth sort of, he's chatting away with some pirate that's sitting next to him that doesn't look like he's barely even listening. He's just rambling on and on about, hey, the last time I was in here, I've never been in a desert quite like this before, but it's been a while since I've been. It's really weird. It's not hot, but it's not cold either. It's just going on and on and on. Lily? 16. Yeah. So you managed to pull a ration and slip it to him without any of the other pirates noticing. I mean, you've been told to make sure he's not dead, so they're kind of letting you go about your business as everyone is just kind of miserably walking this long distance. And you slide this ration to him, and he puts it in his hand and he covers his mouth and starts chewing it ravenously as if he hasn't eaten in a while. Thank you very much for that.
Does he look injured, Jeff?
Yeah, he does.
I insist he drink the water.
Oh, please don't. Oh, please. Okay, fine. I will drink your water. He drinks it. Oh, and immediately you see a wound on his side heal up. You can see through his tattered clothes that are kind of all ripped and torn. A wound in his side close up, and he looks at you and he says, "That is no mere water."
I stare at him in the face intensely, and I look at Lily and say, "You'll handle him." And I walk away. I'm looking for Horker.
And
Honker, you mean? Yeah.
Honker, yes, thank you.
I'll, taking a cue off of how Ugo's acting around him, I'll go, got it. And I'll kind of pretend like to rustle him up a little bit.
Yeah, you are still gnome size.
Yeah.
He is very large, but very injured as well. And he's
And I'll wink at him while I'm doing it.
Gnomes can rustle.
Yeah.
Gnomes can certainly rustle. It's just at a lower height point than most.
Just more scary because you don't know what's happening.
Like shin hustling.
Exactly.
Jeff, does Loudmouth appear to be the one in charge, or is there
at the moment?
else?
Yeah, Loudmouth seems to be leading this convoy through the desert.
Okay.
And you're heading up to him?
Yes, Loudmouth. Excuse
I thought
me.
I told you to go and check on the prisoner.
Yes. I thought you and I could have a brief conversation about that. You see, some of us have skills above and beyond just taking care of prisoners. And I was wondering if perhaps there was an opening. And I look at the other pirates. Yes, I'm tired of just selling myself away to cut the throat of any random individual. And I noticed that you have quite a bit of goods and treasure in your haul, and I thought perhaps I could join in on that. And I smile brightly, and I'm gonna I'll flourish a dagger, just essentially make it appear in my hand from my sleeve, and then slip it away as if it was never there.
All right. Well, you know, your fee, of course, is already been negotiated. So I'm not in a position to renegotiate. Certainly, I don't take that up with Whitebeard. But if it was up to me, I've seen what you're capable of, and I think make a great addition to the team. Not on a temporary basis, mind you, but in a more permanent manner. And I think, you know, if Whitebeard heard from you and from me, perhaps he would be persuaded similarly. In fact, I've done this kind of thing several times before. You know, I've talked to Whitebeard, who listens to me. You know, I talk to him, and he feels what I feel. I have this way with words with Whitebeard. And you know, sometimes he's a man of fewer words, but
Can we hear this down the line?
yeah. I mean, everybody. This is just how he is. He's just constantly yapping the whole time.
I want to approach somebody in the caravan as well. Once you're done talking to Blowhard.
Sure, go ahead.
So I'll just kind of sidle up to somebody. I'm trying to not draw attention to myself, I guess. That I'm someone else in someone else's body.
Right.
So I'll kind of wipe the vomit from my face. And, hi, excuse me.
Just to any random
the
pirate?
closest person I'm next to, yeah.
Pickle Fest.
Oh, please.
I think we are. You noticed before the story even started that Whitebeard's beard was much shorter. Loudmouth was much younger. So we may be in a period of time before the Hicklefists and Hunkers of the world were associated with this.
Sure.
So they don't appear. That's mostly looking to get a sense of timing of how close we are.
The cook was pretty old, though, wasn't he? The cook?
Yeah, but again, these were Mervis's men, right?
Yeah,
not Whitebeards.
Yeah.
Loudmouth, you learned in your quest, had worked with
Whitebeard.
Right.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Just trying to get through here, ma'am, or sir, whatever.
Right. Sorry. Yeah. I seem to have lost my lunch there from drinking the water.
Yeah, you gotta stay hydrated out here.
Can you remind me what was the town where we got our waters from again?
The what?
The well where we filled up our waters. The inn. I'm trying to like.
We got all our supplies in Wart before we left, of course. What was wrong with you?
In where? Sorry, Jeff.
Wart.
City
of Wart, which you remember hearing, you know of as a pirate town on the coast. It's north of Bingle. We can look at the map if you want. I think we even have the map here.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Ooh. Calling for the map. Maybe they weren't ready.
It's up.
They're like, no, Jeff.
So you see Wart and Tan, the two cities there on the coast on the right-hand side. That Wart is a pirate town that you've heard of. It's a rough and tumble pirate town of some renown. So that's what he's referring to, and it's something that everybody kind of would know.
But there wasn't desert around Wart.
No.
Got it.
Sorry, I must have. My brain must be addled, but I can't remember where. Where is it? We're going?
Whoa, where is it we're going?
I just the vomit kind of completely knocked out my sensibilities. I was trying to get my bearings.
You gotta get it together before we get back to Whitebeard. He's not gonna take kindly to that kind of.
Don't tell him, or I'll throw you. I'll give you some gold if you don't tell him. Just tell me where we're going.
How much gold are we talking about?
5.
5 gold.
5
Keep
gold.
my mouth shut. Well, all right, sold. You got to get your act together, because I'm not going to cover for you for very long for 5 gold.
10 gold, and tell me where we're going.
We're going back to the ship so we can get out of this godforsaken place. We got to get this passenger back and collect that reward.
Jeff, what direction are we heading cardinally?
I think you would probably be able to determine east.
Oh,
oh.
I was just gonna say, I'm guessing I'm overhearing Fahima having this conversation because he's right next to me.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go over to the same guy and be like, "Hey, I roughed this guy up, but I also fed him. Okay."
Gave him the carrot and the stick.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Also, are you threatening her?
Am I threatening her?
Oh no, we're just having a cordial conversation.
Well, you need to work on your tone of voice then, sir.
Well, you know what? If you want to lend a hand to this sled, I will happily change my tone. But until then, you're just wandering around chatting everybody up. I think maybe you mind your own business.
I'm not chatting everyone up. You're chatting everyone up. I came into your conversation.
I wouldn't pick a fight with this one. She's
Strong.
she can out drink and out fight anyone. I've seen it.
And Jeff, when they're talking, I'll step into view and just give the guy a straight look on as he's talking to Lily.
No. I don't know why we even hired an orc. Yeah, you three all teaming up against me. I'll shut up about it, but listen, just mind your own business and keep going. We got a ways to go yet.
About how long? Last question.
I don't know. It depends on how fast we move, and talking gets us slower, you know?
Well, then
You
get
can't-
moving.
You can't walk and talk?
Yeah. I can walk and talk.
No.
Jeff, I'd like to head over to the animals I see in the cages as best I can. I'd like to try and get a look at them, see if I can tell what sort of animals they are.
There are animals here?
Hello!
I told you.
He said that.
Perception check. I got a natural 1.
That's right, she missed
It's
it.
true.
Yeah,
It's
I will
true.
awaken mind to Fahima as I'm heading over there. It's like, Fahima, can you assist me over here, please? As I sort of head over to the sled with the animals.
I gotta
Yeah,
go.
so you guys have, you know, this is a very much a procession that is not quite single file, but
Right.
not more than 2 or 3 people abreast down the line. It's
Mhm.
very much a long line, almost like a pilgrimage, you might imagine.
Right.
And so as you guys are moving up and down the line, you're kind of getting strange looks from the other pirates. This seems
Hello.
like odd behavior, you know.
Eh,
But
you
you
know.
make your way up to at least one of the sleds, and there's a cage in it. In fact, there are 2 smallish cages that seem to have the same creature in it on this particular sled.
Do we
You
recognize the
recognize?
creature?
Why don't you roll me an investigation check?
Nice.
Fahima, you have
Maybe owlbears.
advantage from Cold Candor.
Thank you,
James, you
Cold
have
Candor.
advantage from Patira's Stormblade that was countered by Grimfaded.
Thanks,
Mine was a
Tyrus
counter?
and Grimfaded.
No, it was not.
What?
First
A
time in
whole
forever!
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I get
You
to roll
guys-
an advantage!
You guys realize that Jessica's never going to want to go back to the studio.
Just a 9 for me.
Ah.
All right.
Oh, I rolled another natural 1 on this die. What the heck?
Yikes.
I'm gonna
Don't
get rid of
use
it.
that die.
Toss it out.
That was
Throw it away.
13.
13. Yeah, you definitely, James, you peer into the cages. They seem there's like a bit of a tarp over the top. They're kind of lashed down, and you're trying not to get too much attention from the
A little subtle. Yeah.
Yeah, so you kind of can't quite make out what's in there. It's a little unclear to you, but Fahima, you definitely notice that they seem to be 2 small creatures that have almost like a carapace over the front of them, almost like a shell over the front of them. They are smallish. They look kind of fierce and angry, and they're moving around a lot in their little cages. There's 2 of them, 1 in each cage.
Do they look like desert creatures? Or
They
what
certainly do look
creatures?
like desert creatures, yes. They
Okay.
certainly do.
Beaks?
Hmm?
Do they have beaks?
They
Or
do-
feet? How many feet?
They have
1.
hang on.
It's a valid
Weird.
question.
One foot.
The rare monopedal animal.
They're Muppets. They're
It
Muppets.
just bounces around.
They have 4 feet. They have a pointed snout.
Yep.
They're small little things. Have pointed snouts, long tail. Not long tail, but you know, a tail. If you want to do a
Nature.
Nature check. You can try to determine what they are. They're not something that you would have encountered before.
Advantage? No.
Are you
with
standing there,
us?
Ugo?
Are you with us, Ugo? You're
I'm
not
near.
here?
I was nearby Lily.
You
No,
didn't
I see
see
that these two.
Oh, you
James
guys.
and-
That's right. You're not
Yeah.
Lily, and I apologize.
There you
So
go.
Fahima, if you want to do a check, you have advantage from Amra 72AU, countered by Silent D. So
Careful what you wish for.
it was
Just
beautiful
cursed
while it
yourself.
lasted.
I'm rolling with. I just pulled out more d20s, so maybe it's my roll box that's just bad again. We'll see.
That's it.
I rolled low again. So
Wow.
nature check.
Yeah.
10.
A 10. You would. It certainly looks like something you've read about in books when you were growing up, called a boulette. But
Boulette.
this is much smaller, and it seems to be more adapted to this kind of environment. It doesn't look like a normal boulette, which is quite large. These are like mini versions, like a
Baby bullet.
poodle, like a boulette oodle.
It's a
or what-
toy boulette.
Toy
Do I
boulette.
know?
It's a boodle.
Do I know
Boodle.
anything
Boodle.
about their rarity, or if they're hunted for prized, like like a pangolin, if they're hunted, to be used?
They aren't usually hunted. No, I mean, I think, and certainly this, you've never seen one that looks quite like this. You've never. I would guess Fahima has never seen a boulette ever, other than in a book, and certainly you've never read anything. They are very dangerous creatures, and these certainly you wouldn't really imagine people would want them as pets or anything like that, for sure.
My dad had all sorts of creatures in our
That's true.
basement menagerie, so who knows?
That's true.
Side note: one of my favorite monsters. Side note.
I think we should find out why they have these creatures pent up, James, because
I mean, we can assume we've known Whitebeard dealt in exotic animals and sold them. We can assume
Right.
maybe, bulettes, fully grown bulettes are rather fierce, are they not? Maybe perhaps they're for
They
fighting
are.
or for some other things.
I think we should make it our priority to set them free, because look what happened. Look
Yes.
what happened in another dimension or the future or whatever that was.
We're going to need to keep a low profile. I agree we should try to do that, but maybe not right here when there's nothing else around.
Jeff,
So-
is anyone keeping an eye out in the distance and like keeping our six and like watching our flanks?
Yes, very much
Okay.
so. I mean, it seems to be a fairly regimented activity that's happening
Gotcha.
right now. This movement through the sand. It is
Yeah.
not. This is not just people walking. It is people who went to a place to do a thing and now are coming
Gotcha.
back and are looking for danger.
Right.
So kind of like an actual war party.
Yeah.
With everyone has their jobs and know what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean, it is not military.
Yeah,
It's,
right.
but it is certainly
Mercenary.
mercenary. Very well said.
Right. Okay.
So, Blowhard, if I wanted to get in good graces with Whitebeard, what would I
Loudmouth.
have to do? Sorry, Loudmouth. Loudmouth. If I wanted to get in good graces with Whitebeard, what would I have to do?
Well, if you're like me, you just win him over with your personality. See, that's what I do.
see.
I got a whole lifetime of experience that I can bring to bear here. And I know I've seen you with a knife. You can twiddle it and do things, and it's nice. But maybe perhaps you offer Whitebeard a more permanent kind of situation.
What if I told him I had some connections and I could find buyers for some of his material goods? Or
Well-
perhaps that prisoner over there. I'm sure someone would pay a handsome price for him.
Oh, we got that. The ransom on his head. It's
Well,
quite.
how much is
large.
it up to now?
Oh, it's quite large now. I think it's somewhere in the range of 5,000 gold. Now, it's-
5,000? Is that it? I'm sure
Well-
he'd fetch much more than that in Turlis.
I'm thinking that I was supposed to tell you that, but I think it's a little bit more than that. But then your share, is out of the 5,000, not out of the bigger amount. Well, I wasn't supposed to say that to you, so you haven't heard that from me. See, your
Right.
share, your share is previously negotiated on, and you agreed to that. So don't tell Whitebeard that I said anything, right? Because he would get pretty angry and me just mouthing off to you.
What exactly does he do when he gets angry at one of his men? Because I noticed some of the men back there were eyeing some of the goods rather closely.
Are you sure? I don't think they kind of remember. They've all been whipped feverishly, you know. So I don't think they would have turned on him quite so quickly, you know.
But they are pirates. I mean, pirates
we're
are
all
known
pirates
to steal.
around here.
Right.
We're all sail swords.
So a few gold goes missing here or there. I don't think anyone's going to be keeping track, unless you have someone to keep track.
Well,
Do you?
we haven't got the gold yet, see? We got to get to gold, you know. We got to
see.
sell the prisoner, and maybe we got lucky. We got a few extra creatures along the way, and that was
Well,
fortunate.
you know,
Sure.
I'm very good at negotiating. I could negotiate a higher price from whoever is buying this prisoner.
Certainly something to tell Whitebeard about.
All
But
right.
I think this is a pretty exclusive contract he got there. I mean, I know a lot of people are trying to get it, and we got quite a lot of competition around here for this.
Well,
you know,
why don't
the
you tell
snakes
me
are-
the snakes?
Yeah, the snakes are out, and everybody's really trying to get what we've got, but we're the ones who did it, right? We're the ones that chased him. We're the ones that got him here to the deserted island, right?
Well, with help, and I smile brightly.
Of course, not to discount your help. Your help was key. Your help was paramount. Nothing would ever say to discount your help. But
Well, why
Jeff?
don't you tell me more about who's... Hold on, just one more second. One more second.
Go ahead.
Why don't you tell me more about who's buying the prisoner, and perhaps it will help with my negotiation.
listen, I think I've already said too much, haven't I? I think maybe you should talk to Whitebeard before I get myself into trouble. You know, he gets so angry when I talk and tell people things not
But
supposed
you
to
seem
say.
so much smarter than the rest of these other pirates. I
Got
figured
that
you
right.
surely would be the one to educate me.
Well,
I'm going
you know,
to.
I have been a bit smart. I was head of my class. And, you know, Sogus says that I'm his prime student. You know, he says that one day I'll be the one navigating the boat. That I'll have the steering wheel all to myself. You know,
Yes.
and I believe Sogus he's a pretty knowledgeable fellow. So I don't think he would lie.
Where
to me.
is Saugus?
He's back with Whitebeard, of course. You know, they're waiting on us. But you know, I think that if you allow me just a little bit of you know. Self-aggrandizement. I tell you a little bit about how me and Saugus, you know, he's giving me side lessons on steering the ship, you know, and I think that I'm really doing a great job, you know.
There's no short conversation between him and Saugus. They've got that in common.
I'm going to compliment. Yeah, no joke. I'm going to compliment him as much as I possibly can, Jeff, and try to get him to quote unquote like me as much as possible. So anything that he says, I'm just going to say that it's amazing and outstanding, and he must be the best pirate in the crew, and no wonder Whitebeard put him in charge, and blah blah blah.
Sure.
Sycophant Civ.
Yeah, if you want to roll a, I guess,
Sexy charm roll.
sexy charm would be great.
Persuasion.
Deception, maybe, or
Deception.
persuasion's probably fine. Yeah.
Jeff, who is actually pulling him by the chains?
It's just a couple
prisoner.
of the pirates. You know, he's kind of attached through one of the sleds, and they're yanking on the chains and pulling the sleds, and it's this big long procession that's happening through the sand.
Okay.
One or two, Jeff.
Oh, sorry. You have advantage from cold candor. It's countered by witch space.
Oh.
Thank you, Cold Candor.
Lily, you are still with the prisoner. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
21.
Well, I kind of
21.
walked away to talk to Behemoth, but I'm still right there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So he's kind of looking you guys up and down and watching your strange behavior, and you know, it's pretty clear that however these five people were behaving before you were here, they're very much behaving differently now, and he seems to be clocking in on some kind of strange behavioral change that's happened with the five of you just in the last few minutes.
If Civ is busy, I will try and, as best I can, shepherd Fahima, Lily, and Ugo hang back slightly to kind of bunch us up a little bit.
Well, James,
converse.
I'm sure you would know what I'm doing. Just by
Yes,
the way.
yeah. No, I'm gonna let you continue to bend his ear for sure.
Okay.
Hey Jeff, when he notices and like, do we all notice that he's like paying attention now and seems to know that something's up?
I think that Lily, being the closest person, is probably the only one clocked in.
Oh,
on
well,
that.
I have been staying in that general direction and
Okay.
area with him. So I
Yeah.
just was curious if that was the case or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think you certainly notice him like looking around and looking at the five of you and seeing how you're moving up and down the line. Like the line had been consistent for a while, and he's now noticing that you guys are moving up and talking to people and causing a little bit of, not commotion, but just it's not boring anymore. You know, it was this monotonous.
Right.
There was this monotonous trudge through the sand, and all of a sudden it isn't.
And we're not seeing any difference in the landscape at all. It's all still just dunes.
No, you rise up dunes and you come down, and it is just sand. It's fine. Your feet are sinking into the ankle sometimes, and then there are harder areas, and it is very much Tatooine or whatever image you want to have in your head. It's just a very desert.
Fahima, fellow sellswords, could I have a word?
Just 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm just gonna real quick go up to what was his name? Did you write it down?
Charon.
Charon.
It's Charon.
Charon.
And I'm just gonna say, you seem a bit confused as to why we're talking to you now. But I just want to say sometimes not everything is what it seems. And I don't know why you're here.
I know that well.
Jeff. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
If there is any way for you to communicate to the man you work for that I am able to increase his wealth in unimaginable ways, I can do it.
I have to go and chat with some fellow pirates, but I was just why does he want you? Do you know?
I don't know if you are just mere slavers or if there is some. I assume you are here because of the price on my head. I have run afoul of the Shazengao, and my life has been deemed forfeit. But I assure you, I am not what they say I am, and I have done nothing wrong. But I know things. I know very valuable things, and I can increase the wealth of whomever would aid me, be it your leader or your friends.
All right. Well, I have to go talk to them, but who would you say you are in your words?
Oh, I don't understand your question. Your question.
You said that don't believe what they say about you and who you are, how they describe it. So how would you describe yourself?
They describe me as a traitor, and I am not one. Believe me when I tell you, I can make you wealthy. Please.
Okay.
I know you don't trust me, and I do not trust you, but I can fill your pockets, and I can fill your leaders' pockets. Just don't give me to them.
All right. I'm going to be honest with you. Can you keep a secret?
I am only secrets.
Okay. Money's not really my thing.
Yeah.
So,
We're all sellswords.
but I told him
She's a
All right.
temporary sellsword.
All right.
I'm a temp.
She's a temp.
I just like group outings. I'll be back.
Power then. Wait.
What?
Power. I can offer you power.
Okay.
Wondrous items of power. Please. I know where they are. You must help me with my family, please.
Your
Our
family.
family.
Yes, if they are killing me, they most certainly will come for them next. Please. Help me.
What are you?
I dare not say now. I need to
Jeff,
trust you.
in deep speak, Argo says, Sky Child.
I do not know what that is. But he does understand deep speak.
He reckon. I say it again. You understand me,
Yes.
Lily.
Yeah.
He understands He understands my speech.
Oh, good. I did not.
Yeah, it is deep. It is from very alien place.
Oh.
Right.
Okay, I think we need to go speak with
Yes,
James. and
everyone.
Davina.
Yes, so I'll sort of, kind of casually, subtly as I can, kind of make sure that we're walking together near the back, or back to where we sort of were originally.
Well, I think originally we were all pretty close to the prisoner.
Yes, yeah,
That's
maybe,
right.
yeah.
But yeah, we can
At
head
the
back
middle of the
towards you.
pack.
But a
he's
little
sort of
bit
in-
out of earshot of him if we can. Yeah. Behind him, if that's.
Once Jeff, once I get in good with Loudmouth, I'll make my way back to the rest of the group.
He's sort of taken a liking to you, and as you leave, he's like, well, I'm not done talking. I have a few more things. We'll just come back when you're done talking. Like, okay, I'll be right here.
Do you gamble? Are you a
Oh,
gambler?
I love gambling. You want to
Good.
gamble?
Later
What
on,
games do you play?
we'll play some cards. How about that?
Oh, I'd like that very much. Don't let Whitebeard see. He'll want in on the game for sure.
Oh, well, he's more than welcome to join if he
Oh, he'll
wants.
steal your money. He cheats. Don't tell him I said that. But,
I see.
but you wouldn't tell him you said that, right? I wouldn't tell him you said that, right? You
No,
wouldn't tell
this
him
is
old
all-
Loudmouth said that.
This is all between you and me, my friend. I think you and I are going to get along very well.
I think you're right. You and me, two peas
I'm
in
gonna-
a pod.
I'm gonna actually put my hand on his shoulder, and I'll pat his stomach when I say we're gonna get along very well. I'm not gonna steal anything,
Yeah.
but I would like to essentially, like, if he's got like a shawl or a jacket or whatever on, I'll peel it back because I just want to see what he's carrying.
You're attempting to do that without him knowing.
Yes.
Okay, so roll me a sleight of hand check. You have advantage from Manathiel. Manathiel?
Manathael. Yeah.
Manathael, excuse me. And
Yeah.
it is countered by Lambent Zerker.
Ah!
So this is a sleight of hand, you said?
Yes.
21.
21. So
That seems to be my number tonight.
On the
Yes.
subtle
You can
frisk.
take his jacket fully off and put it back on.
Can I have your dice, please?
Yeah.
it's like that thing where the monkey goes by and the people playing basketball and you don't see it.
Yeah.
Sure.
He's still chatting you up and engaged with you, and you peek down and your hand slips in his waistcoat and you feel back, and he clearly has a dagger back there, and it may not be the only thing he's carrying, but it certainly has a dagger in his belt.
Any keys? Because I know the guy is he shackled or is he just tied up?
No, he's shackled. Yeah.
Okay. Does he have keys? Can I tell that?
No, you don't feel any keys on him.
Okay. All right. But there is other pirates that are pulling the prisoner
Yes.
behind them. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Well, then on my way back to the rest of the group, I'd like to spy in on those pirates to see if I can figure out who might have the keys amongst those specific pirates.
Okay.
But
roll me a-
I'll make my way back to everybody else.
Yeah, roll me a perception check. You have advantage from the Carson that was countered by Lambent Zerker.
Cool.
So see if
Thank
you can
you,
sort of
Carson.
suss out who might be the one.
I got a 9.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you're trying to make it out, and all these pirates sort of all, blend into one another to a certain extent. There's quite a number of them, and
Yeah.
they're spread out a bit. And so as you make your way over to the team, you're kind of casually trying to scope people out, but you don't really come to any conclusions.
Hey, Jeff, are we dressed like pirates?
Yeah, you're in a similar. I mean, I wouldn't say pirates specifically, but you're in similar sort of loose-fitting seafaring wear.
Okay.
Does Meep look like a phoenix?
To you, perhaps when they see it, perhaps they see Meep as a parrot.
Parrot. Yeah.
A parrot? A giant parrot?
I hope Meep has an eye patch.
Me.
James,
Yes.
he understands deep speech.
Okay. I mean, this is all very fascinating. I feel like we're gathering a lot of clues, if you will, but more so than anything, what are we doing here? What's
I don't know.
what's Lily? You've got the amulet. Is there something?
Do I?
How does it
Jeff?
feel?
You do not have the amulet right now.
Ooh.
Perhaps you will, and then but there are no forces coming out of the amulet.
No.
Hey, just on that note, bad news.
Hmm.
I seem to have misplaced the amulet.
Where
What?
did you? Well,
I don't know where it is. It's always on my neck. I never take it off. But it's
Without
not
the
there.
amulet, how can we expect to get back?
Well, don't you all think that this is because of the amulet? Perhaps
def-
we're
yeah.
inside of it.
It's a
feels like some sort of. But it feels like we're here to play a role.
Or learn something.
Yes.
He's
well,
he's
and
worth 5,000 gold, by the way.
yes, and allow me to remind you that, you know, we seem to be inside a story, and the story of this was that we delivered Whitebeard and the Loudmouth, believe it or not, quite a bit of money.
I gotta be honest, I really wanted to free him right when he said free me, and I didn't do it because I don't know if I make a bad choice if the story will fail.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I
don't know either.
I certainly
Anything we
am.
do could
I'm
be
certainly-
so consequential.
Yeah, like what
Exactly.
happens if Loudmouth dies?
Well, well, that's a very good question.
Well, perhaps
boggles my mind to
we're
think about.
supposed to be changing the past. Perhaps we're here so that we can change something in the future.
But how? What effect could that have on
And
our?
what-
I mean, okay. Let's work this backwards. And
Yeah.
James is almost getting very excited, like just kind of okay. All right, so this is sort of mathematical. All right,
James
so,
is nerding out.
Yes, big time. Okay, so my voice is going up slightly, so I'm trying not to get too excited. But so if we know in the present that there is a vault under Turlis with the treasures of Whitebeard inside. We also know that we are currently embodying the sellswords who helped Whitebeard gain that treasure. Is that correct? Yes, does that sound right?
It sounds
I'm
right.
lost.
Possible. Sure.
Okay, so at this point, should we be acting in Whitebeard's best interest, or should we be acting under our own instincts? Because I agree, Argo. This man seems certainly not worthy of what's being done to him, and we know Whitebeard is not a good person.
Might I make a suggestion?
Please.
If he's worth what I think he's worth, and we can change the future, instead of having to go into a vault in Turlis to find these treasures,
Yes.
we could get these treasures now and transfer them or bury them or send them on a voyage to an area that would be much more accessible to us in the future.
So you're gonna bury this guy?
No.
No.
I'm confused.
I know
We're
that
all
we're-
confused, Argo. That's just going to think something
I'm
we're going to have
saying
to live with.
instead of helping Whitebeard, we help ourselves. That's
But
what I'm
Sib,
saying.
I understand that there's a lot of gold at stake here, and treasure, which is, you know, your favorite thing. But changing the past, I think it could have
Yes.
huge consequences. And
I'm worried
look,
about
this
the
is hard
same.
enough because I'm
Well,
thinking about
why
all those
else- why
monsters
else
that
would
could
we
possibly
be
not
here, then?
die.
Oh, no.
Why else would we be here? Just to
Something
play
to
a
learn.
role?
Well, when we're back in the minds and the bodies of the wardens,
Listen,
that's
when
just
we
Isn't
were
that
before-
changing the future?
Yes,
I don't
I
think
was
so.
very much in control of the Warden when we were at war.
You
I
Yeah.
do
we
remember
were.
that.
Yes. Yes.
Is
So
that changing
now-
the past?
But perhaps everything that we were doing in that was predetermined, right? We were just inhabiting. There's a set course, and we were on it, right?
Mhm.
But this seems like we do have a choice.
Right. It does.
But I felt like I had a choice then.
Yes, you did. You could have
Hmm.
stopped the. You could have stopped
No.
the fight.
But we know the end result now because we're a part of it.
But right now, we have no idea what the end result is.
Well, we do know what the end result is.
Sort of.
Loudmouth loses his tongue and Whitebeard dies.
But we don't know that that's set in stone.
Well, he could lose his tongue
Well,
because
I will set it in stone.
what
Well-
we're about to do, right?
Listen.
If
We're
Loudmouth
gonna cut
screws
out
up,
his tongue.
no, if Loudmouth screws up, Whitebeard would surely seek some sort of vengeance on him for
Right.
screwing up,
Yes.
right?
right.
Trusting sellswords is screwing up, so he
But
could
we've
lose his
already
tongue.
seen at least a near future where Loudmouth is just as verbal and loquacious as ever.
So- Oh, you're right.
But here's the thing. The amulet, or if this is an act of the amulet, it's us. It's us being these people.
Jeff, I'm gonna start counting how many pirates other than us there are.
I have an idea.
And by that, I'm so sorry, but by that I mean, why would we be put in these roles if not to be ourselves, if not to do what we thought was right? We couldn't be stuck here simply to just go along and watch this man be imprisoned and sold off for God knows how much, and for his family to be massacred and all these other terrible things.
You're
He
right.
promises power and money.
I
More
have an
money.
idea.
Do we know
Okay.
who he is?
What's your idea, Lily?
Please.
Yes. So what if, because, well, we have to, get him from Whitebeard without getting Loudmouth's tongue cut out.
Right.
What if we made a deal with the prisoner? He said that he can give us money and power, so if we can offer that reward, plus give ourselves some more on top of that for saving his life. It's
We're
like
going
a
to have to kill every
win-win.
pirate here.
Maybe
Yes.
not. Maybe not. Maybe
Oh, we
not.
could try to sneak him away, depending on how far away we are from.
Wait
Whitebeard.
while we're sleeping.
Right.
Or,
Or
perhaps
set
some
up
other
a fake sale.
way. I could cast
Like
that.
we sell him to someone who's on our side.
Oh,
Ah,
that's.
good idea.
I'm a little concerned that once we get to Whitebeard, things will change
Our
dramatically.
options will start to limit
Yes.
themselves.
I agree.
But I don't know where we are at all, and there's not many.
And how
options.
many other pirates are there?
There's at least a dozen. You
Okay.
count at least a dozen other pirates.
Okay.
And it looks like if you decided to fight here, it would be.
Where would we go?
I was imagining 30, so that's a little. That's good for me.
Are these, Jeff? These are all just pirates. There's no pack animals. There's nothing that they're using to
No, they're
haul.
pulling the sleds by hand, and there's
Wow.
some animals in the crates.
So we must not be too. This is just me thinking aloud. We must not be too far from wherever we're going, because there's no way that human beings could drag big crates of stuff in the desert for days upon days without,
Magic
sheer
rope.
exhaustion just setting in. Yeah.
Does Whitebeard know he's coming?
Yes, I mean we assume, but we
And-
see. It sounds like we were sent. This group of us was sent here to do this.
But, I
Maybe.
mean, has
Look,
he
Maybe
Loud-
he knows. Maybe Charon knows where a place, a way to get away.
Do we trust him? The
No,
prisoner.
no,
So he could be lying to
he
us.
definitely could be.
I see.
He says he doesn't trust us either.
I mean, I wouldn't blame him.
Yes,
We helped.
kept
I
offering me
mean,
money?
well, and we helped capture him.
power.
I mean, not us, but us.
But I think he sees that we are not these people. No.
Yes, he sees an opportunity at the very least.
Right.
He noticed change in behavior.
Right.
Right.
The thing
And
is,
I'm
is
assuming you
Go
guys
ahead.
shared all the information about what he said about saving his family, and I would have shared with you guys that the guy said he came from Wart and they were headed back
Yes.
to the ship.
And the bulettes. Yeah, the animals.
Yeah.
I
So
can talk to him without other people knowing.
I could also, use
did
Can
he?
he reply to you?
No, but I could relay him information that way.
Well,
Did he
I
say-
can send a message.
Right.
Did you say where his family is?
No, I don't
did
think
not.
I did.
why don't I go find out how much further we need to go to meet up with Whitebeard while you, one of
So-
you, gets more information from Charon.
Be subtle. We raise suspicion on us every time we start asking questions
Don't-
that
I
we
was
would
going to-
already know.
I
Don't
was
talk to
going,
that guy.
I
Don't
was
talk to
going.
that guy.
I was going to pretend to rough him up.
Charon.
I already did that.
Yes.
I already did it.
I love you, Lily. You did not rough him up.
I shook him really hard.
It looked like you did.
I've already established a very good relationship with Mr. Loudmouth. So why don't I go try to get at least the information that we really need, which is how much time we have before Whitebeard makes an appearance.
And maybe get some sort of, if you can, but again, low profile. Who's the payer? Who's the
Yes,
contractor?
I've already
And-
been working on that one.
Okay.
And
It's-
we don't have to
it's-
RP this, but I would like to ask the handlers of the monstrous creatures more questions, like what they're feeding them, and just get more information on the creatures.
Sure, it becomes very clear to you very quickly, Fahima, that the care and well-being of these creatures is not foremost on their minds, and these very much are trophies that they are bringing back. So
So they don't know what they're fed or anything?
I don't think they would care. I don't think they would care what they're feeding him whatever they happen to have that's spare, just so they don't die. But these are, they're hauling back their trophies of an expedition, basically, and they know that Whitebeard will be pleased when he sees these things that they've managed to find out here. And there are a couple of other cages on other sleds as well, but it's like pulling teeth with these pirates, and they don't have very many teeth to go around anyway.
That's the first
joke.
dad joke of the night.
So it's you're not getting a lot of information, but just the general tenor of your interactions with these characters is that they couldn't care less about the well-being of these creatures.
I'll try to sneak them some water. Then.
Okay, you want to roll a sleight of hand check to make sure that, or unless you don't care if they see you or not, you can do it in plain sight.
I'll do it in plain sight. Let's see what happens when I do that. Yeah.
And a couple of the pirates that are pulling that sled or look back at you and kind of chuckle and go, "Wasting your water." They don't care so much. They just think you're being dumb.
I think it'd be in your best interest to keep your prizes alive. Thank you very much.
All right. So yeah, you feed. Is it the bullets that you're trying to give some water to?
All of them, yeah, but I'll start with them.
Okay, I mean, these are vicious monsters that are, that snap at the.
But are they cute, Jeff?
It won't stop her.
There's certainly a perspective that they're very cute, but they are vicious, and they snap at your canteen, but they slurp down the water as it spills and splashes in the cage.
Jeff, I'm waiting for a moment when Charon trips or does something that would easily appear wrong.
Okay.
Or like he's slowing the group, or some sort of normal for a pirate to get upset at this slave.
It's certainly not. It doesn't take long for something like that to happen. They're yanking on the chains, and he's slow, he's shambling, he's injured, he's weary, and it certainly doesn't take long for something like that to happen.
I'm gonna when that happens, I will grab him by the scruff of the neck and say in deep speech, "I am going to pretend to hurt you."
And he looks at you strangely, but nods.
I'm keeping a close eye on this.
I pretend to punch him in the stomach.
Okay.
Or I'll give him a slight punch in the stomach, not very hard, and say,
"Not very hard for Uggo means you're probably still doing damage."
Yeah. Oh, I figured I'm still probably hurting him a little bit.
A tummy tap.
In the language, I'm.
Uggo rages and
rips.
Oh God!
What I say when I punch him in deep speech, I say, "Where is your family?"
And he hunches over, and you see a couple of the other pirates ahead of you go, "Oh, be careful, Sword. We're not supposed to kill him."
I'm trying to intimidate them to leave me alone.
Okay, roll an intimidation check. You have advantage from Lily Dumblebay. Countered by Grimfaded.
Thanks, Grimfaded.
I should also take this moment to say thank you for all the love. Wizardly, Braba, Kaibuck, PL23, Gorbin Played, Silent D, X,
man.
Nobody's Hero, X. Nobody's Hero, that's just for show.
Nat 20, Jeff.
High Tyrus, Stormblade. Woo! We have to do our own graphic. Natural 20 on intimidation. So
and I say in common to them, "I'm handling it."
All right, don't have to get all testy. So they turn back and they start muttering to each other about the sellsword that they picked up in Warden and how maybe it wasn't such a good idea.
Jeff, I'm gonna make my way back up to Loudmouth.
And as Charon is doubled over and sort of on one knee, he leans over in your ear and he says, "I cannot endanger them by telling you that information."
I get up and I push him down into the dirt on his butt, and I say, in deep speech, "We need more information to help you."
And he replies in deep speech, get an agreement from your master, from your leader, and I will lead you to them. I'm very worried about them, and I want to see them safe, but I cannot risk you selling this information.
And then I will pretend to kick him in the face.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and the two pirates that you intimidated look back and then like go, ooh. You know, they're not going to get involved, but they're really kind of getting worried that they're.
And then I walk, I spit on the ground next to him, and I say in deep speech, I promise to help you. And I walk back to the rest of the group.
He gets up slowly and dusts himself off and looks back at you and keeps shambling along. His chains heavy, shackles on his feet as well. And so, Jared, you have now moved up to Loudmouth. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have a big smile on my face, and I'm going to, as happy as a pirate can be, or sellsword in this case, skip my way up to Mr. Loudmouth.
Okay.
As if I have good news.
Sand.
Yeah.
Love it. Okay. And he's up there, you know, he's chatting away with his little pirate walking buddy.
Do I have wonderful news for you, my
Oh,
friend?
well, I'd love to hear wonderful news. You know, I like hearing wonderful news all the time. Have I ever told you that time that I had wonderful news about getting picked up after I was in jail for a few years?
Cut to. Anyways.
1 hour later.
Flashback to another story.
Hour later.
Already helped him escape. What are you doing?
I'll put my arm around his shoulder again and lean in and say, I have a sucker. Someone who will play cards with us tonight who's not very good, but who has money. And I point back at James.
James, who is currently like trying to calculate the sun, and is like, and then I sort of awkwardly wave hello.
I could have picked him out as a sucker myself. You know, I have a good eye for that. You know, I've often been told that I have a good reading of people. You know, I could spot a sucker a mile away. You know, and when you guys walked up, I said, "There's 4 people who are probably not suckers, but that 5th one, you know, that 5th one's likely a sucker."
Yes. Well, he thinks he's very, very smart, but that's going to not play in his favor when we play cards. Now, will it?
No, of course not. But you and me were in on it too, right? You're not running me a game, are you?
We can
not trying to con the conner, are you?
No, not at all.
You wouldn't con the con man, would you?
No, I would never con another con man. What I was thinking is, how much further are we going to be marching on tonight before we set up camp?
Well, it's not far. It's just over that way. And he kind of absently points as you're walking to the dune. And roll me a perception check. This is a big one.
Just him or all of us?
Just him. He's at the front of the pack. Civ, you have advantage from Z-Man 9018. It was countered by Grim Fated.
Yeah, knew that. Thank you, Z-Man. Thanks for trying. Yes. 18 plus my perception is a 23.
Give me your dice. Give them to me.
All right. So,
such a good perception.
23. You look, and with the excellent vision of a tabaxi who has been staring in the night and has stared down, looked in detail at even the tiniest imperceptible tells of people and crowds. You use that level of perception to see an enormous cloud of sand on the horizon coming at you very, very, very fast. Based on your perception, you have about 2 minutes before it arrives. It is coming very fast. Huge, rumbling sandstorm.
Do I see shelter anywhere?
You do not.
There's not a single tree or like rock outcropping or
there is not. It is barren desert. And the sand, the rolling sandstorm, as you crest this dune, you see just an enormous and
Yeah.
you based on
It's
your
like the movie
roll-
Dune, where they have the
or if there's a
wall of
Mission Impossible where a sandstorm hits too.
Oh
That's
yeah,
pretty
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whew.
it's coming.
Holy.
Impossible indeed.
So I
And you are
bail on-
literally,
Yeah.
Civ, you are literally the only person that has seen
Oh, yeah,
it so
that's
far.
right.
I bail on plan A, immediately go to plan B, which is to go oh, you know what? I forgot something. I'll be right back, and then turn around and bolt back to, using my tabaxi speed, bolt back to the rest of the group.
All right. So
and
that
I'll-
takes, just a few seconds. But
Right,
even
I'll-
as you go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I'll wave my hand to anybody that's in our group that can see me, but especially James, because I know he can awaken mine.
Yes.
I'll bolt up to James and say, we have 1 minute and 54 seconds before a giant sandstorm washes over us.
And as you say that, from the front, you hear sandstorm, and everyone starts moving.
Where are they moving to?
They all start. It's a rather panicked kind of unstructured. It's not as if that they've prepared for this in any way. It
How
is
would
literally
you?
just someone screamed it out at the front of the pack, and
Mm-hmm.
everyone is running to the sleds that are packed with materials and pulling tarps off, trying to figure out ways to ready themselves for the coming onslaught.
Ema, can you cast a spell to make the house?
Yes, I
It
can.
takes 10 minutes.
Yeah, it does.
You don't have
Doesn't
10
it?
Only if
minutes.
it's a ritual.
Oh,
But did you select it?
It is, but.
And now you start to hear
1
it.
minute.
It's rumbling. It's rumbling, and you hear the voices of these men and women, these pirates, start getting panicked and shouting at each other and telling, no, run! No, there's nowhere to run. Get down, get under. And they're just like tearing into supplies and looking for anything that can.
I am getting very close to Charon. I'm going to be like standing near him, kind of, making sure that I'm around him and Ugo as well.
We can't leave the bullets either.
Jeff, in fact, the ones that I intimidated earlier, I demand they give me the chains.
Okay.
Of Charon.
They're freaking out and they're like, well,
Yeah.
we're supposed to.
We'll keep him safe.
Fahima, can you start to cast the hut?
Only protect a certain amount of us, though. What about the creatures and the other cell swords?
Something,
They're
something.
fighting.
The creatures are from the desert. They'll be fine. This is like a water park for them.
All right. And I'll start casting Liam and Sunny Hunt.
So in this chaos, as this rumbling sound in the distance starts to get closer and closer, you hear this coming at you. Fahima sits down cross-legged and leans her head back and closes her eyes. And there's just like people, men and women in pirate outfits running around, grabbing things, throwing them down, smashing them on the ground, and trying to open up crates to get to them quicker, to get to supplies that they would have unpacked in a normal fashion any other time. But here it is chaos. It is panic.
I'm trying to direct the pirates and everyone else that isn't of our party in Charon away from Fahima. I want to try and say, yes, go help him. He obviously needs and yes, over there, and yes, and I basically want to keep Fahima isolated as much as I can.
You
I'll
have to
help
be
you with
within
that,
my
Jen.
area when I'm casting this to be in it.
Right.
Jeff,
So
He's verbally telling people to do
Okay.
stuff.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and then
So
if I
I'll
can,
physically-
if I see the party members, I will be awake in mind to them. Get over here. Get as close to Fahima as possible. Come.
So Fahima, I need you to roll a concentration check to see if you can complete this amidst this chaos.
Oof.
Okay.
Jeff.
Yeah.
I was letting everybody else talk, but I was going to try to assist her by essentially getting down next to her and essentially using my body to protect her. So if she's sitting down, then I'm going to sit down behind her with my back to the sandstorm and just essentially hold on to her waist so that she's anchored. Does that make sense?
It does. I mean, there's still sort of the auditory chaos and the
right. But if anything were to fly and hit
yeah.
us, it would hit me instead of hitting her.
That's fair. I will allow that.
So, quick question.
Yeah.
Sorry. Survival. I'm proficient in survival.
Yeah.
What do I know about sandstorms and how to survive?
Well, roll me a survival check.
They're real bad.
Yeah.
I just rolled it.
You rolled it? Okay.
Yeah, I don't have advantage, do I?
You do have advantage from false.
Okay, then I'll roll it again, but I got a nat 20 on the first roll. So.
Oh, well, you don't have to roll it again. You can't be better than that.
Yeah, right.
So, you know, you have never experienced a sandstorm.
Right.
You don't know anyone in your experience who has ever experienced a sandstorm. With a natural 20, I will say that you intuit it's bad to stay out in a sandstorm.
Yep. For sure.
And you certainly know it. Don't breathe. Don't open your eyes. You know, I think that
like
there are
coverings of these things would help.
Coverings would help, but
face?
It's still going to be something that will likely damage you if you're out in it. So, you know, you don't know anything about them. With a natural 20, I think you're able to intuit a lot.
Right, gotcha. That
Jeff,
Fahima's course of action is the way to go. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Jeff, I'm keeping an eye on the animals in the crates. How are the pirates treating them? Are they protecting them in any way?
No, they seem to be pretty much every man for himself.
Okay, cool. Then I will do this. I will, as far as I can, I will send Digit over to cages and start opening them.
Well, they are locked, so there's not an easy way for Digit to just let them free.
Okay.
If you want to smash them, we could do that.
Digit can't really attack things.
Digit can't attack.
Okay. Basically, I will push Charon to Uggo and put them next to Fahima, and then I will take off towards the animal cages.
All right. So Fahima, this is a pretty big roll.
I know I'm scared. I know we're playing Dungeons and Dragons, but I'm honestly scared to roll my dice because I roll so poorly.
Well, you have
Not
advantage.
always.
You have advantage from Mickey Wolf 19,
and
that's it.
Oh, Come on! Quick before Grim Faded shows up.
Yeah, roll as soon as you can.
More time on Grim Faded. More time.
I rolled well. Okay, that was a 17. My lucky number.
that does it. So you're able to continue this, see this spell through it to its end for a minute.
Okay.
Meanwhile, James, you are sprinting toward the cages. Lily, what are you doing?
Well, if Fahima's good, if she looks like she's handling it well, then I'm gonna check in with. Where's Uggo?
Uggo and Charon are next to Fahima and Civ.
Yeah.
But you have Charon over there.
I'm kind of keeping up the idea of I am hurting him to keep him in line.
And then James ran off.
I'm heading to the cages.
You have to be near me when this only takes 1 minute to cast. You have to be within my area.
He knows.
Yep.
He knows.
So you're not going to be in it?
Wait,
he's got
going to try to get back. I think he has ways to move quickly.
And I'll go too?
I think
I'm
he's
right
got
next to
a
just
plan.
me.
You are?
Just me
with
right
the guy?
now.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. I guess I'm not doing anything. I'm just like.
About how far are the cages from where Fahima is?
You're giving me a kiss on the cheek, Lily.
Well, they're up and down the line, right? So Fahima and Charon are in the center of this line, right? And there's one's this direction and one's that direction, right?
Okay.
Up the line and down the line.
I'll head towards the bulettes. I'll head towards the closest ones that I can. I'm triaging it basically.
Well, okay. I would say you investigated the bulettes, or was it Fahima that investigated?
We both did, yes. Yeah.
I would say based on your innate knowledge of bulettes, they would be the creatures least likely to need assistance in this situation.
But then I guess I'm just going for what's closest. Because you're more than welcome to go there. I'm just saying that if you know anything about those creatures at all, which I think James would, sure,
you know they are burrowers and they go underground anyway.
Right.
So I think
they'll just shelter in place.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess I'll head for Lily. Too soon, Katie. I'll head for the other cages that I hadn't seen before. Then.
Okay, so there is as you run down the line of now abandoned sleds as men are tearing tarps and pulling them over themselves as this rumbling cloud of sand is coming and approaching, getting quite close now.
Thunderstep, I can bring along objects as long as their weight doesn't exceed what I can carry.
Okay, so there's certainly, there are two cages, one quite large and one much smaller.
And they're both locked?
It is all locked, yeah.
Do I get the sense if I cast Shocking Grasp and grab the lock that it would break it?
You can try.
Then that's what I will do. The big one. My intention is to break the lock on the big one and loose it and grab the small one and get the heck out of there.
Okay.
Just real quick, while he's doing this, Ugo seems to have a realization and takes out his rope and ties it around his waist and starts tying it around Lily's waist and Jared's waist.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm going to try to get as many people as I can in a minute that's around here.
All right.
Okay.
Just roll me a dexterity check. We'll see how many people you can get.
Okay.
You do have
wait,
advantage
that's
from
wrong.
False Star that was countered by Grim Fated.
That's fated.
And James, as you cast Shocking Grasp,
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it up to the dice as to whether the lock breaks. So what I'd
Okay.
like you to do is just roll
attack?
me. What's that?
An attack with it, or
Just-
what?
Well, no, just roll me a d20 and add your proficiency modifier to it, and we'll see.
Okay.
See what happens.
Do I have advantage?
You have advantage from Pytyra's Stormblade, but it was countered by Grim Fated.
Thanks, by
10,
Tyrus and
Jeff,
Grim Fated.
10.
Yeah. A 10.
10.
Okay.
13.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say that works.
Okay.
So you put your hand and an enormous amount of electrical energy surges through your fingertips into this metal lock, and it busts and it cracks and tears back. And as the door swings open, you see this enormous panther-like creature with huge tusks leap
kitty.
out and land on the sand and just bolt.
Good.
Just head out.
Good. And
It is
then
running at full speed.
and the other smaller one is carrying size.
The other small one it's a smallish creature inside a crate, so you could probably pick it up. It's not.
All right, I'm gonna.
It's about. It's like a. I would say it's like a cat carrier or a dog carrier.
Oh yes. All right, I'm gonna grab that, put it under my arm, and thunderstep back to my friends.
Okay. So this enormous sound erupts from where you were. It cracks the sled upon which the crate was placed, cracks it in two. Things tossed everywhere, landing in the sand, kicking up sand all around you in a sphere, and you arrive back at your friends, appearing in place just as Fahima's eyes open, and the outline of the Leomid's tiny hut starts forming around you just as this rolling sand buffets the side, and you see it close up. This sphere forms all around you, and just as it closes, you see sand hit the side all over you, across, and you can peer through the translucent one-way view of Leomid's hut, and you see pirates ducking underneath, and immediately your visibility goes away, and you just see.
It's just like a wall of brown and tan outside the hut.
it is pummeling the outside of this thing. You hear it, and it is. You hear screams and muffled voices, and you hear the sound of tarps and things breaking and shattering, and it is a horrible, muffled chaos that is erupting around the tiny hut as you sit in it, and you are there for minutes.
I'm gonna whisper into Fahima's ear after she finishes. Well done, my dear. Well done. And then I'm gonna give her a little bit of a hug, and then pick myself up, and I'm gonna make my way over to
Small hut. I mean.
right to
I'm gonna go upstairs. Head over
to Charon.
Charon. It's CHO''RAN, just for clarity.
Okay.
He turns and looks at Fahima, and he says, "I wouldn't have picked you as a wizard
Why is that?
based on every interaction we've had so far."
Well, we like to surprise people. And I put down the animal carrier. Can I tell what's in it?
It certainly looks like a. Well, why don't you roll me a nature check, and you can find out if you can
Okay.
determine what it is.
Sure.
Can
You
I
have
release him?
advantage. You have advantage from Angel Devilson.
That's Angel Devilson.
Jeff, Uggo just asked me to release him. I'm going to crouch down next to Charon and very casually say, I'm going to let you go, but I trust that you're going to be our friend from now on and tell us everything that we need to know so that when this clears, we can get you out of here and perhaps be rewarded.
16,
before he
16 on
even
a nature.
answers, I'm going to start picking the lock.
Okay. Roll me a dexterity check on the lockpick. And you have advantage from Lily Dumble Bay, but it was countered by Grimfaded.
Oh.
16 on a nature check, Jeff.
All right, so James, you're able to discern that this looks like a scorpion hawk. It is a winged creature with the back of a scorpion with a tail that comes up, has a stinger on the back, but it's got wings and a body like a hawk. It's got claws on the bottom that would let it land like a hawk, but its face isn't a hawk face. It's more of a scorpion face.
Hello.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. And I sort of push it slowly away from me. Like, okay, well, happy you're here with us.
25 on the lock picking.
Yeah, so you're able to make short work of the locks. And as you're doing that, Charon looks at you and says, I don't know what to make of this, and I don't know why you've decided to betray your party, but I don't think it's a good idea. You know, we are going to need your boss to get out of here. And if he sees me free, I think he'll know that something has gone awry.
Listen,
What makes you think this sandstorm isn't going to wipe out the entire caravan? We could just make our way back to, was it Wart?
No,
Yeah.
no. Wart is on the
Oh, it's
other
where we
side
came
of
from.
Vine from here. Yeah, I mean, I think.
We need a boat. You know that we are on the deserted island. You know that, right?
We don't know much. Could you tell us exactly where we are?
He mentioned it to one of you.
The deserted island?
Deserted,
The
island.
deserted island.
Deserted island. Where is that? Is that on the map?
It is not on the map. It is not on the map. It is in the
Secret
lost sea.
location.
It is in
Listen,
the
Got
lost
washed
sea.
out.
Yeah.
listen. I'm going to be sort of honest with you as much as I can be. If we seem to be acting differently than we were earlier today, there's a very good reason for that. We are not who we previously seemed to have been, and we could be in a position to help you. Now, but we are going to ask you some strange questions. First of one being, where are we? And you said the deserted island. All right, give me some point of reference, please.
So, just to set the scene here, you are all sitting in this dome as a horrible sandstorm rages around you, questioning a man with translucent skin and green hair who sits wounded and weary in the center of the hut. You hear the sounds slamming against the side, and he looks up at you and he says, "You chased me here. You ran me aground. I was trying to get something that could help me, and I tried to get away, but you are the ones who captured me. And to ask me where, I don't understand why you don't know this. But I
It doesn't really
choose-
matter. It doesn't really matter if you understand where we're coming from or not.
We don't have a lot of time.
We are your only hope in this situation, so you'll either tell us everything we need to know, or we'll just hand you over to Whitebeard and we'll never see you again, and we'll collect our bounty. So
Look.
what is it going to be?
You wouldn't believe the truth if we told it to you.
I
But we
nod.
can.
I nod and smile when she says that.
I feel the same way about my story. Now,
Try us.
Oh my god, deja vu. I dreamt this moment.
Wow.
Oh my god. That was so surreal. I dreamt Jeff said that. Oh wow.
Like
We
I
all
said,
have- we
Jessica's
all have Jeff
never
dreams
gonna want to
now.
go back to the
Oh my
studio.
god, my heart is beating so fast. Wow, that was so crazy.
Listen, strange circumstances calls for strange alliances. We trust you. We have no choice but to. But you're going to have to trust us.
You need to help us. Help us help you.
I want to believe that you're telling me the truth, but so much of my life lately has been betrayal and
You were running from Shazengao, you said.
yes,
You look like
Why?
a Triton or a water genasi.
perhaps.
Yeah, he seems aquatic in nature.
Yeah. I knew I could acquire something here that could potentially save my family. And so I fled. And Shazengao have put quite a large price on my head. And he's...
Why?
I am not going to tell you that. It will endanger me and my family if I do.
I'm going to say a name. Tell me if you know it. Jan Mo.
No,
Nicholas
Drowned.
Kiln.
no. Yanmo means the drowned in my language.
You are from Shenzhenjiao.
The
Shazengao.
language of the Shazengao.
You are not Dragonborn.
No. No,
I'm gonna roll an insight check. There's something going on here that we're missing.
All right.
I
You have
suck at
advantage-
insight, but
you
I'm
have
gonna do it
advantage from the
anyways.
Carson.
Thank you, Carson. I need it. 12?
It's hard to read. I don't think you've ever seen a race like this, and he seems to be earnest. But
Do I think
it's
if I
hard to-
push him, he will
His
tell
name's
us
Ernest.
the item that he came here for?
You could try. I mean, I don't think that your insight roll would reveal whether or not he. I mean, he certainly has resisted efforts from
Right.
you and been
I'm assuming
said
he's
things.
already been beaten and tortured and what have you.
Right.
Listen,
What year is it?
That's our next strange question.
What year is it?
What year is it?
It's 278 after the war.
That's 22 years, 23 years from
In the past, from where we
the
are now.
past. That's right.
Yeah.
Why
That
do you not
tracks.
know what year it is?
I told you there's very strange circumstances that you probably wouldn't believe if we told you.
False magic.
Listen, we could stay here 8 hours and wait for the hut to drop, or we could wait. I think what's probably more wise is wait for this sandstorm to pass and then set off on our own direction away from the rest of these pirates, yes? While they're still getting themselves together.
You kept saying our boss. Are you referring to Whitebeard?
Whoever is leading you, whoever is... They've talked about going back to him. This whole... You talked about it. You
Yes,
talked
well,
about pleasing him.
We
And
are.
all I've done is walk and hear everyone talk about this Whitebeard who waits back at the ship.
Let me
We
be
need
very.
that to get where we're going. Listen,
Let me be very honest with you, my friend.
Live in the present.
Whitebeard will do nothing but hurt you, find your family, and punish you. And he will do it while smiling, and he will collect the money on your head. Now, if you want our help, you do not want to deal with Whitebeard.
There's no other ship?
you destroyed mine.
How about this? We haven't asked you this. What would you have us do in this situation?
I think the only way, if you really want to help me, convince your Whitebeard that I can make him far richer, and all of you far richer than any ransom from the Shazengao will make him.
Do you have any
And
evidence?
I have the
Yes.
ability to get items of wondrous renown, items
need
of extreme
proof.
power.
We need
We're-
proof.
We're more than happy to try, but you're going to have to give us something, or
Yes.
show us something that we can
Give me
prove to.
one.
Get me to the boat, and I will. I promise.
Okay. All right. Well, then here's what I propose. Once this storm abates, we go on about our business, acting as if nothing had happened, but between the 6 of us, we keep a silent partnership. And if there's any communication that needs to happen, we'll do so subtly. And then when we get back to the ship, we will approach Whitebeard. But you need to give us something because, listen, I have no desire to turn you over to that cruel man, but there's...
I don't think he realizes who he's dealing with. I think us trying to convince Whitebeard to do what we want him to do is going to take nothing short of an act of the gods.
He'll stab us in the back quickly.
Yes.
I find it strange how you follow a man you do not trust. But if there's
Well-
anything I know about swords and pirates, it's that they lust for power and money. And I can offer you. I know where the treasures of Shazengao are. They have tried.
Do you have proof? If all you have is your word, it's going to take a lot more than that to convince Whitebeard.
And you'll go to Shazengao quickly, so please.
Can I just level with you? We don't like him. He's not
He's
a
a-
good boss, okay?
he's a
He likes
terrible
to
person.
whip people. He never gives out any hugs or any love. He has no respect for anyone but himself, okay? So that's why we're trying to work with you here, because we don't get what we want either. But he is mean.
I believe you. I have seen the cruelty already in his underlings. So,
We don't like
I'm
it.
telling
and
you.
That's why we're betraying him in your words.
if you want something now, you may as well just kill me. I will show him, and I will show you when you bring me to the boat, and I will convince you both at the same time.
Okay, I didn't want to do this. I'll cast Detect Thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you.
I knew once you tried rolling an insight check, I was like, this is Jared's message to me. I'll basically, I'll cast Detect Thoughts and try and read it.
He has to roll a wisdom
Not
save-
for
or
not
yet?
for initial. Just
Okay.
surface thoughts on the base, but
Yeah, it's only when he pushes through.
right.
Yeah. So you definitely, as you enter the surface level of his thoughts, you sense desperation and fear. He does not know whether to trust you, and you sense a genuine worry about his family. And you get a murky sense of who they are, and it seems to be a memory he has pushed deep down. You can't get a visual image of, even when he says my family, you can't get a visual image of who they are because he's trying to hold it in and protect it so intensely.
Okay.
He is so scared that people are going to find out where they are.
If we get you back to the ship, you're saying that there is either something there or something around the water that you will be able to show us to convince us that there are greater riches available elsewhere. Yes?
Yes,
And his mind reads clear on that?
it does. He seems to believe what he's saying.
All right. Just one more thing. And now make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Probably a good thing I'm not a warlock, because I would use that spell all the time.
It's very tempting.
I have advantage from Breba, which is good because I rolled a 2.
Ooh.
But no disadvantage? No cancel?
disadvantage. No cancel.
Oh.
All right, so I got
Grim Fated doesn't want anyone to learn anything.
I got a 16.
Ah! Nope. Okay.
So you don't get to push through at all, or he just knows that you're pushing through?
He now knows, and I can't get through. He resists it, and more importantly, he can probably tell.
Another mage.
Yes,
You are not as you appear.
I've been telling you that for the last several minutes.
I mean, what's the harm in telling him the truth?
He's telling us the truth so far, and I can't really blame him for not trusting us.
Charon.
Charon, we are not from this world, okay? We're inhabiting these bodies. We don't really know how we got here. Magical means, but I know it sounds crazy. I told you it would, but that's why we don't know where we are, where we're going, and we have to just trust you, and we have to trust everyone around us. So if giving us greater treasure will save you and save your family, and that's what we need to do, then we'll do our best. Do you believe me?
I don't know. I think you might be crazy.
I'll take his hand when he says that and go, a little bit.
That's fair.
And then I'll do cure wounds on him just so he can get a little more health.
I'll actually have my parrot breathe fire.
Whoa! And he sees that this flame emit from what he perceives to be the beak of a parrot, and his eyes go wide, especially in this confined space. And he looks at the fire, and he looks at you, and he turns and looks outside, and he goes, "The storm has passed."
Good.
And that's where we're gonna take intermission.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
He got 8 points of healing if that helps at all.
All right. So we have survived a sandstorm. We are trying to piece together just what this adventure is all about. I hope you guys are sticking with us. I want to thank the people that are showing love. Ellen Simnire, Goofy, BK, El Gordes, Snebugator, Hail Yourself if FC.
Right.
Manathiel, and many others. Thank you for those balloons. It is much appreciated. It's the first half of the first show like this. And,
I really don't want to torture him, Jeff. Please don't make me.
All right, so I think Araban is going to take care of you.
Yes.
I don't really know how this is all going to work, but we are going to go take a quick break, and the chat room will still be live, and Araban will be there, and we will be back shortly. So please stick around for the second half.
Hooray.
See you soon.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye. I'm loading my mic.
Listen, Failwarfer, if you can hear me, say something. Say anything. Say words. All right, good. Yes, fine. Good. Why are you messing with me, people? This is technology. I don't understand it. All right. Everyone, how is everyone feeling? Is everyone social distancing properly? Good, good, good. What was that? Milo? Are you kidding me? You've got to be kidding, Milo. I told you, you were allowed to have the chili cheese fries as long as you promised you wouldn't do that. That is absolute, it's precocious of you. Yes, all right. Glad you finally got some advantage. Yes, Jessica Lynn Parsons, of course. Oh boy, that caused Milo's gas. Yes, it's no joke. Can illithids contract COVID-19? I like that you've changed the actual name of the virus, Sonny, excuse me. It is COVID, number 1. Number 2, of course I cannot contract it. If I could, I would have already. I'm one of the most social beings you've ever imagined. All right? By the way, you see this picture you're looking at right now? That's what I look like up close, without a spritz, which is one of the reasons why I always have Milo spritz me before the broadcast. All right? That is a picture, yes, Sean Becker. I'm not just holding myself still here. Grizpira Carter. How am I feeling? I'm feeling fantastic. There's nothing wrong. Everything in my life is fantastic. Again, there's no way for me to contract this issue, this problem, this disease. So I'm okay. Now, I can't speak for Milo. He's definitely not looking very good. Milo, quit it! I told you to put that down. Ereban, would you suggest more filters would suggest more filters for pictures? Well, let me tell you something. Victor Valiant, I don't need your help. I didn't take this picture. This isn't me putting this picture up. This is Milo's idea. It's a little... I can't even use words that accurately describe him. My lord, is Milo washing his hands? Well, I hope so, Will DJ. If not, he's in trouble. Not me. Random Guy says, Lord Ereban, I think you should be nicer to us. All right, Random Guy, how about this? How is your day? Are you feeling good? I hope you are. I love you so much, young friend. Perhaps if you come out from behind that mask, Mr. Random Guy, and show yourself for who you really are, I can be nice to you. All right. Lord A is the 40-year-old guy finding the front-facing camera. Casimir, I don't know what type of nonsense that was supposed to be right there, but it was uncouth and unprofessional. Milo! Are you kidding me? That was very expensive. Oh, God. I'm feeling better with your company, Lord Ereban. Stay safe. Mick, I'm so glad. Celtic Surfer, oh man, did I just get here during intermission? Well, you sure did, Celtic Surfer. I really hate looking at this image of myself, because that's what I'm looking at right now, you know. It's the only thing I have to look at. The other option is Milo. No, thank you. I don't know. I like it when Lord A yells at us. It's endearing, says Prometheus Theus. All right, well, I'll continue on then. Candle Queen, Lord Ereban, are you staying active during lockdown? First of all, Candle Queen, hello. It's been a long time. I miss you. 2, am I staying active? Absolutely not, and I know I should. I will start doing leg stretches tomorrow. I just need to work out some of the kinks, that's all. Every time, but we like looking at you, Lord Ereban. Yes, maybe me, my functioning image. What? I don't even know how to... My video image. The motion picture, that is. Not a still photograph. L.A., Lord Ereban, not Los Angeles. Thank you. Nope. It is evil for that very wise comment. Don't hate Fahima. Lord Ereban, I just got a new shipment of brains. Still fresh. Interested? Of course I am, Fahima. Where shall I meet you? I'm in the Los Angeles area. I really am. Yes, I am Lord Ereban. And yes, the initials are L.A. And yes, I live in L.A. Who would have guessed? My lord, are you single? Well, Bingle and Flames, I'm 121 years old. And I eat brains for sustenance. Yes, I'm single. No one's been able to survive it. Lord Grain. Oh, really? You're the Grain? You're the Lord of Grain, eh? Wonderful. Question. Lord Ereban, when is your pin-up calendar coming out? Calendar? What's a calendar? Is that supposed to say calendar? Is that how you spell Milo, come over here and look at this. Is that how you spell calendar? Milo, stop it with the sledgehammer and come over. Oh, for the love of Pete. Did it again. All right, well, the pinup calendar, it's not coming out. Trust me, you wouldn't want to see it anyways. I'm beginning to think Milo isn't even real, says Brashneer. Well, Brashneer, guess what? I don't think you're real. How does it feel? Kilgore1235. Lord A, have you played Animal Crossing New Horizons? Yes. Is that good enough? Is that an answer? All right. Yes, Fixer314, he does have a sledgehammer. He's been using it all afternoon. He's trying to do something special with his room, and I told him to stop it. Don't do that anymore. He's breaking all the windows in there now. All right, my lord, what is your drink of choice? What do you mean, drink of choice? I don't drink. I slurp. Brains, that's it. The fluids from the skull cavity, that's my fluids. Those are my drinks. That's it. give Milo his creative freedom. I did, Smashly. That's the problem. I probably should not have. D&D kid. Brain vodka. Yeah, well, that too, of course, but that's different. Everyone has to have one every now and then. Yes. All right, Grim Fated, that was a short engagement. What do you mean, witch face? To whom? Oh, wait. No. You mean my nuptials with Grim Fated? Yes? Is that what you were referring to? I will wait for your response there, Mrs., whomever you are. Witch Space, I'm waiting for you. So say something. Everyone else stop writing and let Witch Space respond. Goodness, stop it, Milo. Did I say you were single? Yes, I'm single until I get married to Grim Fated. She still has to agree to the terms of my prenuptial agreement. This music isn't very evil. Well, Darth M, perhaps you should try being evil with this music and see how evil. What? Of course it's not evil. I'm not evil. Goodness gracious, what is everyone's opinion? Why does everyone assume I'm a bad guy? I'm more giving and helpful than anyone you've most likely met in your life. All right. You wanted something a little bit more evil? There you go. You see? Milo, congratulations. Great job on the mixing of music. I'm just kidding. Milo wouldn't know how to do that. That is my good friend Heather and other good friend Leah. They work in the sound department. They're often very loud when we're on set. Thank goodness we aren't there now. We're all at our own respective homes and social distancing properly. But nonetheless, I love them dearly and miss them quite a bit. As a matter of fact, it's causing me to tear up a little bit. I didn't even know I felt sadness. Lord Araban, I love Lord A to smooth jazz. It's great. Celestial Giraffe, I did too, until whoever it was said, because I can't remember their name, said, what is with this non-evil music? At which point I needed to change to evil music to somehow appear more evil. All right. Now, before we continue with this nonsense, and I do mean nonsense, let's do something that I love to do during all intermissions, all right? And that's explain what on earth the props are, right? Because none of you know what they are, I'm sure, after, 500 shows. How many shows have we done, by the way? Does anyone know? I feel like it's a million. 39, Smashly. 500 must stick addict. By the way, I wish your name had some sort of like abbreviation, not abbreviation, but underscores or commas or periods or something so I should know how to break it up properly. Are we at 40 plus? Amazing. All right, well, let's talk about these props, all right? So if you want to influence the game, you still can do so, all right? You can grant, number one, the gift of advantage. What is that? You've probably seen that happen tonight, although you've also seen it countered by disadvantage every single time, thank you, Grim Fated. But I'll explain it nonetheless. If you grant an advantage, that gives the player, whichever it is, whichever they be, the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once and take the highest value. It's a benefit. The option as well is to give a disadvantage. So if a player has advantage, the disadvantage will counter it. Thank you, Grim Fated. If the player does not have an advantage, though, this disadvantage will cause them to take a disadvantage. Thank you so much, Grim Fated. The disadvantage will cause the player to roll 2 20-sided dice and take the lower value, which is not ideal and can result in the death of our party and its party members. It won't necessarily, but it could, so be very, very careful with how you dish those out. Now, when you give an advantage or disadvantage, please specify which player at the table it is for, or guess what? Milo will make the choice for you. That's right, Milo will. Not I, not me, but Milo. And trust me, you don't want Milo making that choice because he has no He has absolutely no idea what he's doing. All right? Now, there is also, of course, Show Love, which is our celebratory item. You can send Show Love or love to the team whenever you want. So please feel free to do so. Best Demon Slayer, Milo broke your window? Well, I'm not surprised. He's been breaking windows all afternoon. And Paste Pot Pete, Grim Fated has not been hurt or hurt anyone. Grim Fated just chooses to be on the side of evil, like I do, sometimes when I'm feeling up to it. Grim Fated doesn't hate them, she just wants to create chance. Thank you, Deathwind25. Well stated. Just Jules, taking bets. Who thinks Lord A isn't wearing pants to this conference call? Jules, I would appreciate it very much if you did not look in my windows, which... Goodness gracious, Milo, stop it! Please! Have a little respect. Do not stare through my windows, all right? Because I am certainly wearing pants. Well, I'm not wearing pants, technically. I'm wearing a kilt-ish type thing, which is more like a dress, but it still does cover my lower incidents. At Milo's rate, Lord A won't have windows. Bingle in flames. Very few left, no doubt about it, yes. Anything else to say? All right, Jared Kajak says, thanks everyone. We're doing the best we can with the chaos. Appreciate you all. Well, Jared, we appreciate you. We love you dearly. And you look very handsome, by the way, I might say, on camera. Much more handsome than I was aware that you even were. Actually, that's not true. In real life, you're extraordinarily handsome as well. Jared, if I didn't know better, I'm hitting on you. This feels awkward. Hey, Jared, 2 guys are doing great at the show. Amazing. Bingle in flames, thank you. Rogdid says, seriously gross. What? Me hitting on Gerard? Why? He's a wonderful man. What is wrong with... No! You're talking about the image, Rogden? Or me loving Jared? I know, but it doesn't... Rogden, would it make you feel better if I said that you're very handsome? Then you're... Well, you are. I mean, you have a very nice pizzazz. I know, but it's fun. Listen, we're never going to see one another again because of this craziness. I'm going to be stuck in this hellhole. Excuse my language. I'm going to be stuck in this Milo pit for the next goodness gracious knows 6 months, most likely. Who are you, the Tiger King or Lord A? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. My goodness, I have a cough coming on. Thank you guys for all the laughs tonight. I needed it badly after this week. Angel, Devilson, we are glad to be able to provide you with the laughs. Milo, was that you? I think that was Milo again. Yes, that was. Oh, most definitely. Wow, that has some epic funk on it. That has got a bouquet like none I have ever smelt. Rogden, he's at least better than the STs. What are STs? Oh, from tonight's show, of course, yes. Make windows, Milo. Please don't tell him that. Miko Oblico says, the music is great, Lord A. Can you do the Charleston? Miko, believe it or not, I was just doing it. You missed it because the only thing you can see is this damned image of me, which again was taken by Milo on his new iPhone that he just got. Milo, I didn't say throw the iPhone through the window. Did you hear anything in what I said that suggested throw it? Why? All right. Lord A, what's your computer setup like? Lot of RBG. No, RGB. What is it? What is how do you say it? RGB? Is it RGB, yes? Lots and lots of lights. Milo loves them. He makes sure that they're all turned on and twinkling the entire evening. RBG. Oh, my goodness. That is not comfortable. Lord, I broke your window. Was that you, best demon slayer? I thought it was Milo. I was about to punish him. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah. Milo, please do me a favor. Can you just really quickly do me a favor? Go to the bathroom and sit on the toilet. Yes, do it. No, sit on the toilet and go number 2, like we talked about, please. Because I don't want any more of that. No, it's just it's uncomfortable. It's a very small space. Milo, here. Lord A, have you seen Baldur's Gate 3 trailer? La Cosa Nostra, please. Are you going to say, was that you in the trailer? No, it wasn't me. It was my Uncle Frank. Right? He's a very good actor. Loved by everyone in the industry. Lord A, I stole the toilet. Best Demon Slayer, that is a bad idea. I need that here, because I need Milo to be able to use it. Can I get Uncle Frank's autograph? Yes, of course. I'll ask him when he comes back. Is Uncle Frank a lord too, or no, says Gamershare? Yes, I believe. Lord A, can we get coffee sometime? Want to bounce some ideas off you. Okay? Wonderful. What is coffee? Is it a brain substitute? Milo, go grab me. Yeah. Oh, no. The NyQuil, yes. I don't care if it says no, not for illicits. Give it to me. Okay. Well, just don't do that again, please. Don't. Stop it. Okay. All right, everyone. I think that about does it for me and Milo. We love you very much. We thank you all for being here. And we do know that these are trying times for everyone. We hope that this show can be a little distraction, if you will, from your worries. Take very good care of yourself, and please, in order to help others understand exactly what it is we're doing here, I would ask you all to share tonight's show. If you haven't, I ask you to please do so. And remember, I'll be joining you in your social conversations around the game. Now, it's time to rejoin our adventurers.
There we are.
Yay!
All right. You know, our first time trying this, so it's a little technical difficulties. Milo didn't correctly install Airband's webcam. It's a
Milo
lot.
has malware all over that computer.
It's true. You do not want to know the sites he's been surfing.
Oh my God.
Let me just say that.
But
Yeah.
well, at least we talk about it, the better.
Indeed.
Articles weekly.
So thank you all for sticking around. This is, as I said, different. It's a different episode, and we're embarking on a different journey, and I really appreciate you all being game for this. So where we left off is our adventurers as in the bodies of new people in a new place, in a new time, hiding out in Fahima's tiny hut as the sandstorm ravaged them on the deserted island with the prisoner that they have unlocked. But the sandstorm now has just moved over them, moved past them. And as they sit there, as all of you sit there, still inside the hut, looking out, there's an eerie calm over all of the sand that you can see. It looks like it's actually even raised up a few inches as sand has been displaced all around you. The bottom of the circumference of the hut seems to have built up sand all around it, as if buffeted and berated by sand as it has, congregated all around where you erected the hut. And you see, as you peer out through it, tiny hints of the sleds and people underneath tarps, slowly pulling them off, sand sliding down, coughing and sputtering, worse for wear, but many of them alive, piling things up, brushing sand off of the top of some of the sleds. You can see one of the pirates going over and looking at the large crate that seems to have been busted open, and looking and seeing that the creature inside is nowhere to be seen. There are clearly a couple of bodies that didn't seem to have not made it through the storm alive, and the pirates sort of solemnly pull them over and sort of push them into a divot in the sand and start pushing sand on top. And you guys are all sort of sitting there in your tiny hut.
I'm gonna reshackle Charon.
Well, hey,
Good idea.
You're absolutely sure that this is how you want to do this, Charon? Because if we wanted to make a break for it, now is the time.
I think that if we're gonna make it out of here alive,
We need a boat.
we need a boat.
Right.
Charon, if I seem to be mean to you, I do not mean it.
Yes,
I believe you.
I think we're all going to have to put on a little bit of a facade now. But trust that, and I'll
A
awake.
mask. A fake mask.
Yes, a
Thank you.
mask. Yes,
Thank
I'll use awakened mind to go in Charon's head. I can also communicate with you this way.
I do not understand why you are helping me exactly, but I believe you, and
We're just following a hunch. I get the sense that we've been brought here for a reason, and you
This
seem
is-
like it, to be honest.
if this is
They must be fed to burn bright.
well, if this is simply to get the lion's share of the money from your master, so be it. I will put my lot in with yours, and trust me when I say I can make you wealthy and powerful beyond your wildest dreams.
I want to trust you. I do. But unfortunately, until you prove it to us and you prove it to our employer, Whitebeard, I'm afraid you're going to be walking a razor's edge, so to speak. I just want you to realize that although my friends are very kind and they care about people an awful lot, the gentleman of which we are going to be dealing with is not to be trusted. In fact, there's a good chance that he will tell us whatever we want to hear, and then he'll betray us. So even if we were to go and procure these items that you speak of, or this gold that you speak of, we will have to have a plan, and you will have to help us with that plan so that we can execute it at the right time so that we can escape with our lives. Otherwise, Whitebeard will murder us all.
I believe
And I
you.
say that in a tone of like, I'm telling you this for your own good. Like I could care less what happens to you, but I'm telling you this because if you don't do what we tell you to do the minute we tell you to do it, we're all dead.
Ugo looks at Charon and says, "The only reason I am helping you is because you claim to have a family.
My family is all that I live for.
That is also what I live for. And because of that, I will trust you.
I have been on the run for far too long, and far too long have I been away from them. I live only to protect them, and I know that if I die, they will be next. So, I choose to believe you, even though you may betray me in the way that you say Whitebeard may betray all of us.
He's a pirate, and worse yet, he's the king of the pirates, which means that he's more ruthless than any other pirate you've ever come across.
And you've chosen to work for him.
In this instance, yes, but we've had dealings with him in the past, and let's just say things did not go well for Whitebeard.
I think, yeah, yeah.
Jeff, he might need to roll an insight check on that.
It's actually a really good idea. What? Yeah, let's see how that goes. Molly rolled
What
a
is
six.
that? What is our? Do we have a? Is it contested?
I have advantage. I rolled a 6, but I have
He's not
advantage
lying.
from
Yeah, I mean,
Thaddeus.
he isn't lying, but
Thaddeus Strawn. Yeah.
I mean, I don't even think Ugo's trying to deceive the man. So
Yeah, I mean, you're not
I
trying
am.
to deceive. You're telling the
I'm
truth,
not.
but that's
I'm
No, I'm certainly trying to persuade
for
him.
me.
A
Yeah.
veiled part of the truth. Yeah.
Right.
He looks at you and his eyes narrow and he says, "You are strange pirates indeed."
We've already shown you that we aren't what we seem, so
Yes,
But,
perhaps you should stop
are we
thinking of
ready?
us as pirates.
While
Yes.
this has been happening, Lily has been using her disguise kit to kind of pirate herself up more, realizing that she's had to going into.
Everybody's
Lily
like,
just-
"We're not that
Lily
pirates."
just wants to be a pirate so
Yeah.
badly.
Everybody's like, "We're not pirates." Lily's like, "I'm more pirate."
I'm working on it. I'll also.
I'm curious. Wait, hold on. I'm curious. What exactly are you doing, Katie?
Yes. Let's
I
start.
like did like a cool bandana thing around
Ah,
my I
yeah,
took out my
yeah.
little buns and I did like a bandana thing and I like dirt. I mean, it's sandstorm, so like I got a little dirt, but like it's
Yeah.
more purposeful, like cool looking dirt.
Uh-huh.
Myself
Got
like
the
some cool
the shoe
stars.
polish on the tooth.
Oh,
Yeah, I
yes,
I blacked
perfect.
out one
A little
tooth
bit of
for
smoky
sure.
eye, a little
Mhm,
smoky
mhm.
eye.
Sure.
Mhm. Yeah, I
Maybe
kind of like dreaded.
drew on a fake tattoo on your bicep.
Yeah.
That's
On your
a-
Use
face.
R a lot.
Yeah, my tattoo just says "mom," and then
Yeah.
It's perfect.
with an anchor. Yeah.
it was an anchor. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the scorpion hawk.
It's still with you. It's in that cage. in this-
It's native to the desert. Yeah, Fahima and I are
Yes.
probably able to tell that.
Yes.
All
What
right.
is
And
that?
it looks fierce as well.
It
Yes,
looks very
but
fierce. Yes.
There's no way
It-
I'm letting this go back to Whitebeard.
It looks very unhappy in this cage too.
Kinda
Fahima,
reminds
what
me of
is that?
Gerald.
Right.
What?
Reminds you of Gerald. Is that what you
Reminds me of
said?
Gerald.
I seem to have an affinity for
The centipede?
yes, the centipede. How can you forget
Oh.
Gerald? Sorry.
I don't know. James seems to have determined.
I'll zap the lock on that one with shock and grasp again if it
Are
works.
you gonna just let it out in here?
Inside the hut?
No,
Isn't that-
I will basically I will zap the lock and basically reach it outside of the hut so that I am still protected, but the open end of the cage is pointing out the hut away
So-
from the pirates, so the opposite direction.
Okay.
Oh my
I was
god.
gonna say, so
then-
what the pirates see is
Yeah.
a completely perfectly camouflaged, undetectable hut, and then all of a sudden, a scorpion hawk just flies out of nothing and into the sky.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh. At least he's free now.
Yes, no,
He or she.
yes, right. Nothing good was waiting for that creature.
I
back
wonder
at
if that
Whitebeard's.
thing tastes good.
There's a lot of confusion and movement outside your hut as the
Yes.
pirates start to sort of piece things together and pull things out from underneath piles of sand that have accumulated, that the storm dumped on all their provisions, all of their equipment.
How are we going to explain this this hut and that it only protected us?
I was
Magic
gonna say,
item.
If we drop it, does it just look like we appear?
Yes.
Magic item.
I think we should.
Well,
do
they
it-
can see the hut too. It's not
We are
invisible.
sellswords.
I thought it was only you could see out, you can't see in.
No, it's
They can't
transparent
s-
looking out, but it's opaque looking in. It just
Right.
you can make it any color you want, but it still looks like a hut.
But they can't look. They can't look
Right.
in and see us in it. So.
But
yeah.
I could conceivably drop it as soon as the sand starts to settle, so that perhaps they wouldn't have seen it in the dust storm. You know.
That moment may have passed already.
Yeah, you let a
I-
hawk out.
I
Yeah, that's
agree.
true.
I agree with my green friend here that we just say that it's a magical item and that we used it.
Great.
Yeah.
Let's start to gather ourselves. All right, Charon,
Yes.
I grab.
we're in this.
I'll go.
We're in this together now. Okay.
Agreed. I'm trusting you with the life of myself and my family.
When he says that, I'm gonna get up and whether the hut is gone or not, I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna go try to find Loudmouth again.
I'm also gonna yank his chains and put on airs again.
Right. So you guys exit the hut, and there's a bit of commotion as some of the pirates notice you. Oh, what happened? Where were you?
What
You know,
do we
they're like,
do?
We were under the.
We were
the
looking for you.
tops
We
were-
went in. Why didn't you come in?
Look, Scratch is dead. He,
Oh,
he
Scratch.
Oh no, not Scratch.
Did you take his stuff?
Good person.
Well, of course I took his stuff.
Well, then you did him honor, and let's leave him behind. Let's continue.
Can I see him?
Sure. He's over there in the pit.
Okay.
Make sure he took
but
all
for
his
real-
stuff.
Okay. Lily is gonna go to the pit and like check pulses because pirates probably are just like, meh.
He's alive!
Oh!
No.
So I want to make sure it's not like a pit of people who are still alive, just unconscious, I guess.
No, it's a couple of
That's
pirates that
hilarious.
make it. They're clearly asphyxiated on sand. I mean,
Thanks.
it's a pretty awful way to go. But it was a very dire situation. The sandstorm is no joke, and it was suffocating. And luckily, the rest of the caravan managed to kind of get under things and batten down the hatches, so to speak, and weather it.
All right. Well, I was looking over my shoulder. I'll close everyone's eyes and just. make
You
sure
said
they're-
2 or 4 died? How many?
Two died.
Just 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
The others are definitely look battered. There are some that took damage during the storm. Others are coughing and sputtering and coughing up sand and dirt. It was a rough experience for everyone that stayed outside the hut.
Is
And
everyone
and you see Loudmouth sort of kind of taking a roll call and taking an assessment of what's gone down and who's alive and who's dead, and kind of getting everyone back in line and pulling the sleds out. And there's some commotion about how the 2 of the creatures have escaped. I don't, not understanding how they managed to break free during the chaos, but clearly.
Yeah, there was a scorpion hawk we tried to save, but it got loose and it damn near killed me.
Hey,
and
you can't get near them.
it was terrifying.
Right.
Yes,
all
yeah,
of the other monstrous creatures are still encaged.
Yeah, just two of the mini desert bullets that are still in cages. They didn't phase them at all. They're happy in dirt or air.
This is fine.
In
In
fact,
fact, there's
they'll
like-
look a little bit better.
Yeah, their cage has a bunch of sand in it, and they're kind of like burrowing and popping up.
I want to I
Playing
want to
burrowing
keep,
games.
I want to keep my eye out for the pirate who has the keys to these cages. I just want to know that information.
Right.
So
You
as
can
we
roll
as
a
we
perception check.
journey-
It's not going to be information that is going to be obvious unless they go and unlock them. But you can sort of keep an eye out. If you want to roll a perception check, we can see if you do have
Yeah.
advantage from Don't Hate Fahima, but it's countered by Lambent Zerker.
Mhm.
Yeah, if I'm going to go back to
Thank you, Don't Hate Fahima.
the 2 that I took, the pirate I took Charon from,
Yeah.
and throw the chains back in their hands and say, "Now you know why I took him," and walk off.
And they're still,
Yeah.
intimidated by you and
Yeah.
fearful of you being around, and also, battered and
Yeah.
tore up a little bit. Their clothes are tore up. They have bloody marks from where the sand ripped into their skin. It's, they're grab the chains and happy to not have to deal with you anymore.
Beth,
Meanwhile,
can I use that to my advantage? When I get up to Loudmouth, I'll go, we procured the prisoner, and I just wanted to say that orc that's in our retinue is actually much stronger than I originally suspected. Perhaps it would be best if he were in charge of the prisoner and keeping him in line.
Well, you make good points. I used to be the one who always talked about how orcs should be trusted. I've told people many times that orcs that should be trusted more than we trust them. And I think
Yes.
that I'm in the potential position to actually lead by example with this one. So maybe it's an opportunity for me to show the men, that it's actually a good opportunity for us to
Jared,
all
you're gonna have to stop him.
yeah. So he orders the
I don't know. I just remembered what happened to Loudmouth. Let him talk all he wants.
Don't have long left, buddy.
I mean, just get it in. Just get it
your
in.
life in now, friend.
I rolled a 12 on my perception check. I wish we had our forces of good with us because I have a bonus for that. But
So say we all. It's hard to sort of figure out who's in charge of what. It's not exactly a regimented situation, and it isn't immediately obvious to you who is the keeper of the keys. But certainly, if you need to open the lock, Civ doesn't seem to have a problem with it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I just want to, if someone does have their keys out during this journey, I'd like to just be keeping an eye out for that.
Fair enough. All right, so you guys get yourselves together and continue on a smaller group by two, but nonetheless forward moving and determined. It is the sleds have been righted, some of the crates broken and bashed open, some of the provisions scattered, strewn across the sand, even buried. So there are some losses that they've accounted for, including the creatures that you set free. But for the most part, the caravan continues, and you again find yourselves walking over dunes, up rises and down. And it's a long, tiring journey, slow and plodding. Is there anything you guys would like to do during this time?
Do we know how much, Civ, is Loudmouth told you how much longer it is? Is there, I mean, we
Has
can...
he? In
He's
all of his
indicated
ramblings?
that he's indicated the direction, and he seems fairly confident that he knows, but it's a bewildering kind of experience out here with no visual sight line. I mean, you can gauge by the position of the sun, but even that's a little disorienting.
Mm-hmm.
So you're fairly confident that he knows where he's going,
Mm-hmm.
because seems confident that he knows where he's going, but he indicates it's just over this rise, and then you come up a dune, and he's like, oh, it's just another couple of dunes this way. It is that kind of experience at the front of the pack where he's just blathering on and false confidence.
I'll offer to scout. Does he take me up on it?
He's actually pretty confident that it's just going to be this direction if we need to keep going, and he encourages you to stay with the group.
All right.
Is there so I guess I'll be like chatting up or one of the people who's walking with Charon, basically.
Well, Uggo has him now, right?
Oh, he still is. Yes. Okay, and those guys are around. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the deserted island. Where? What is the nearest island? Is it near the Isle of Rum or Bingle?
Well, the Isle of Rum's to the south, I think, and Bingle's to the west. So yeah, it's we're in the sea, as we always are. Eh?
Yeah, you never would think it, standing where we are, that we're in the middle of an island. I can't see water on any side.
Right.
One
so
would
it
say
goes.
we're surrounded by water of sand.
One could say that. Yes, Uggo. Well said.
You're a poet, Orc.
Deep Thoughts by Uggo Ragefist.
So it goes as you continue walking and trudging. It is a long, pretty monotonous trek through the sand, pushing feet pushing sand aside, pulling on the chains. Uggo, other pirates pulling these sleds, lightened though they are with fewer provisions, and eventually you, after quite a long time of walking, you crest another dune, another rise, and down below, out before you, you see a ship. Large. Not quite as large as the Tardy Plunder, but a pretty impressive sight, sitting there, beached on the sand. Its keel is dug into the sand. It's kind of listing to one side, and you see several men working on the outside with tools. It's a ways down there, but as you crest that rise, you see all this action, and you hear Loudmouth at the front say, "See, I told you, it's right up here. He said, right, I told you we would." And he just keeps going on and on and on about how right he was about the direction we were going. But you see this vessel, this large
So it's not the Whitebeard's mistake. It's not the ship that we knew that was his.
It is
20.
not.
Okay,
it is
got
not. It is much
Argo even
smaller
asked
than
you,
that.
James. He asked you,
Yeah,
is that the same one?
No, it's
It is
smaller
much
than
smaller
the
than
Tardy
that
Plunder.
ship.
Yes,
It is even smaller than the Tardy Plunder.
Seems
It's
he
still large. It's still a large ship, but it is not that boat.
seems he traded up in the future.
Perhaps that's what this Charon is.
Very possible.
So you guys start making your way down the side of the dunes, walking. You know, you can imagine taking a step and sand sliding, and as the sleds kind of crest the rise, they kind of go, and the pirates have to prevent them from pulling them down the rise, and it's a rather steep incline as you go down, trying to prevent falling and rolling down the sand, but you trudge down sand underneath your feet. You're falling deep in, up to the ankle, up to the knee, taking deep steps through the sand as you approach this large boat that's just sitting there, kind of listed to one side, sitting there, and clearly there are men making repairs to it, actively working on it on the side. And as you approach,
is the water is the water within sight though? I mean,
no.
Whoa.
All you see is sand. So as you approach the side of the boat, the men that were pulling, men and women pulling the sleds, sidle them up to the side, attach large hooks to them, hoist them up, and you see this production of moving things, lifting things, pulling things back onto the boat, and there are ladders that have been tossed over the side, and men are walking up the side, and there seems to be an indication, Ugo, to bring the prisoner on board as well.
Before you do that, I mean, I'll try and like get a moment. You said you need with Charon. You said you needed to get back to the boat. Did you need water, or did you just the boat? Will just the boat suffice? What? Please you need to give us some more details.
Trust me, I need your leader to listen to me.
All right, and I'm going to very quickly climb up the side of the boat. Probably don't even need a ladder, and
with your claws, right?
And I'm gonna try to beeline it to Loudmouth, hopefully before he gets back to Whitebeard.
And Jeff, what I'm going to do is make sure that Charon is sufficiently tied and locked, and carry him on my back as I climb the ladder.
Right. So as you make it to the top, each of you see standing there the large form of Whitebeard. His beard, as you remember it from your dealings with him not too long ago in your own timeline, was majestic and reached down all the way almost to his ankles. Now it is merely chest length, but still wide, robust, white. His hair pulled back. He is in full pirate regalia right now. Big hat. I mean, he is kind of as you remember him, albeit younger slightly, and perhaps not quite as round, beard not quite as long, but boy, unmistakable as Whitebeard. Whitebeard. And
Whitebeard.
And he stands there and he says, good work, boys. You got him.
Captain, could we have a word?
Yes. What do you need, Salzhard?
And I sort of is Loudmouth there as well? I mean, we all sort of
Loudmouth is involved in his own things, trying to get things accomplished, unpacking, moving. He's kind of taking it on himself to do certain tasks.
I'll motion for Lily, Fahima, and Ugo, and Ugo sort of bring Charon over to Whitebeard.
Yeah, I mean, as I got up and immediately will.
And as Whitebeard looks him up and down, he says, "Don't run from me again.
Listen,
or I won't be so nice about it."
Captain, there's something
I know who you are and what you are, and I've got a special place for you. And he indicates this cage that's erected on the deck of the ship itself, and he indicates Uggo for you to put him in there.
I awaken mine to Charon, basically like, I'll say, if there's something you can do, now would be the time. But Captain, there's something about this man. He claims to have access to far more riches than any bounty that Shazan Gao could offer.
It's true. I can make you richer than your wildest dreams.
Listen.
Oh, can you now? Yes, believe me, I know that you hunt me for the bounty on my head, but I can exceed it by 1,000 times. I know where things are. I know the weapons that the Shazan Gao have been hiding, have been exporting and shuffling out of the Empire for safekeeping. I know where they are, and I know how to get them. Oh, do you?
I have a way with people's minds, Captain. He's telling the truth.
He says he can prove it, so
Whitebeard
why don't you
turns-
prove it?
Whitebeard turns and looks at you, James, when you says, I have a way with people's minds. And his eyes squint, and he goes, what did you say?
I can tell if someone's lying, and this man is not lying.
Well, let me ask you a question. Am I lying right now when I say, if you ever go in my head, I'll pull your spine out of your mouth?
I can just chime in. I can tell you he's telling the truth.
Yeah, he's...
You can also read minds.
Jeff, I'm gonna grab.
I'm very selective with my powers.
I'm gonna grab Choran and put a dagger to his throat and say, "You promised us you could prove it. Now prove it." And I'm going to do that right in front of Whitebeard to prove to him that we are loyal.
And he holds up his bracelet with the turquoise stone, and he goes, "Get me to the water." And Whitebeard stares at him, and he stares at you, and he goes, "Loudmouth, was it you who hired these 5?" And Loudmouth goes, "Yeah, it was me, sir, and you know, I'm proud of it because they're quite useful, you know. In fact, yeah, I think we're going to be playing cards later with a few of them, and you know, it could be fun if you wanted to join, sir. You know, I know that you're still
Your hostage would be dead if it wasn't for our friend over here who was able to spring a hut in the middle of the sandstorm that we just encountered.
And if I wasn't smart enough to make sure that he was protected," and I refer to Charon.
So, 2 mages, eh? Why wasn't that information conveyed to me when I brought you on board? Well, you know, I didn't know myself, sir. You know, I could have told you. I guess if I'd asked them questions that were more pointed. You know, usually my questions are all pointed and specific, and I'm a good listener. You know,
If I
people
could
say that
interrupt
about me.
again, Whitebeard, I think, to be fair, you don't give a lot of room for people to talk.
There was no
Kinda
section
just
for that on the
start.
resume.
And as this discussion is happening, and Whitebeard is turning back and forth between you, and he feels a little insulted. You hear down below, from where the cargo is being lifted on the boat, you hear "Screw! Screw!" And Whitebeard, "Check it out." And Loudmouth runs to the side of the deck where the handrails are, and he pulls out a spyglass and unfurls it. And he looks through it, and he goes, "Snakes, sir, snakes! They're coming! They're coming now! They're coming!" And Whitebeard goes, "Did you bring the snakes?" And he's speaking to Charon. "I swear to you, I did not. I don't. They must hunt me like you." "Oh, I know. They want the ransom too. Let's go, boys. It's time to move." And Loudmouth turns to Fahima and James and goes, if you're wizards, we could use a little bit of extra time to get the men on board. If there's anything you could do to stall them.
Who are the snakes exactly?
And you look out. Roll me perception checks, everybody.
Okay.
Civ, you have advantage from Joker 38.
Thank you.
Hey,
Countered
sorry.
by Grim Faded.
Jeff, I should have asked this at the time. Did our time in the hut last an hour, enough for a short rest?
I would say there was very little restful about that situation. I'm sorry. But,
That's fine.
yeah.
But the scorpion hawk was so restful.
What do you mean?
Fahima, you have advantage from Dream Blaze, countered by Lambent Zerker. James, you have advantage from Silent D, countered by Grim Fated. Ugo, you have advantage from Lily Dumblebay, countered by Grim Fated. Lily, you have advantage from Lily Dumblebay, countered by Grim Fated. Grim Fated doing work.
Doing the work.
It would make sense. I'm more focused on Charon. I only got an 11.
I got a natural 20.
Whoa! Okay, so Lily,
Antivan!
21?
14.
Not 14? Fahima?
6.
Okay.
Really need to get
Is
you
it
some
one,
new
she the
dice.
one who asked?
Look at this, guys. I'm rolling with all of my d20s that I own right now. All different ones each time.
Maybe it's the box.
It was the box in the studio, so maybe it is.
Maybe
All
it's
right,
your
so Lily,
hands.
with your natural 20, and you somehow, even though you're in the middle of the desert, in a endless sea of sand, there's something still comforting about being on the deck of a ship for you, perhaps. You look out.
Feeling the ropes while you're telling you.
Yeah. You see, you look at the line of sight where the spyglass was pointed when Loudmouth looked through it, and you see with your natural 20, you see on the horizon, approaching fast, plumes of sand.
Mm-hmm.
It's natural 20. Maybe you even see figures that seem to be riding at you at incredibly fast pace.
Okay.
Figures with very snake-like features. And they are riding all manner of strange vehicles. They are in there are single riders on what look like almost windsurfers with a sail and just standing on a board, the wind, the roiling wind of the desert propelling them forward. There's two riders on what looks like almost like the mix between a snowmobile and a small sailboat. It's got sails in the back, but they're riding it with two persons in the front. Looks like there's a harpoon mounted on the very front of this thing, and they are coming very, very fast. Multiples of them are headed right at you, and Whitebeard says, "We gotta move, and we gotta move now."
What do you... There's no water anywhere. How do you move this ship?
And you see the men sort of start climbing the board with a lot of urgency, some of them cutting ropes and just dropping the cargo that they were going to bring on board. It slams to the ground on the sand and breaks apart. They're just abandoning it to get on the ship faster. And Loudmouth goes, "Hey, release the skates!" And there's two sides, 3 men on each side rush over to these giant cranks and start rotating them and pulling them around. It's a massive undertaking. And from the sides of the ship, these huge arms extend, wooden planks from the side, unfold and come out. And they have these enormous skis attached to them. And they land on the sand, pa-dum, pa-dum, on each side. They're enormous. They're the full length of the ship. And they land with a huge weight, boom, billows of sand kicked up as they hit. And meanwhile, other groups of men are rushing over and unfurling the sails. The sails rising, they're taking the ropes down, and as the sails, the canvas of the sails catch the wind, they expand, and you see these enormous masts just rise with sails unfurled on them, and the whole ship underneath you, when it catches the wind, each of the 3 big main sails of the ship catches the wind, and the whole ship sort of rights itself, and you feel those huge skis, boom, boom. The listing of the ship is corrected, and it kind of feels like it lifts up a bit onto the top of the sand, and you start moving. The wind catching the sails and pushing you through. And what you thought was merely an ocean-faring vessel is really a sand skiff meant to cruise on the top of this desert landscape at extremely high speeds. And
Yeah,
so
I
you.
have- Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you please.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Does anybody look like Matthew McConaughey?
Is this a thing from a movie?
I don't know.
What is it?
One of my favorite comedies, Sahara
Never
or
seen it.
Sahara.
Stealing this from something I don't
one's
even
ever
know.
seen it. That movie, never mind.
I
Go on.
love that movie. Whatever. It's dumb. It's a dumb
There's
movie.
a-
I love
I'll
it.
watch it.
Yeah.
Great
Um,
movie.
Move along.
Loudmouth definitely looks like Matthew McConaughey.
Oh my gosh. He shaves the beard off and he's Matthew McConaughey.
He's so annoying but so
Ah.
attractive.
He's always playing bongos.
Yeah.
Looks great with the shirt off.
Anyway, so you catch the wind and you catch the sail. I mean, there's been whipping winds this whole time, and the ship starts moving slowly at first. It's kind of rising up out of the sand that it was dug down into. And Whitebeard says, "I would have liked to have a little more time to fix some more of the hull, but we gotta go, Loudmouth. Get 'em moving." And he says, "Saugus, get on the wheel." And you see this turtle emerge and get up onto the navigation deck and get to the wheel, and he goes, "All right, let's get some speed."
Does
And the
it?
chase is on. So here's what's happening. You
Oh,
are
yeah.
on a very large sand skiff shooting across the surface of the desert, and there are small little more individual, more personal sand craft all shooting at you. These sand skimmers
They're going to catch up, it sounds like. It
They're
doesn't
going to
sound
catch up,
Yeah.
and they are, each of them, as they get closer in your views, you guys can all perceive that it looks like they are being piloted by Yuan Ti, and that are half humanoid, half snake, and they seem to be armed and after you.
How far behind us are they at this point?
They are quite a ways back, but gaining fast, and
Okay.
you start moving slowly at first. So, Loudmouth has indicated that he's hoping that some of you will provide a
Fight?
distraction or a stall them for a little bit.
Do they
Fahima.
have ballista or anything on top of the ship to fire back?
Well, we
What
could
is
RP that. We could RP that out, but basically, the truth is, these are too small to be very threatened by that kind of thing. That they are specifically designed. Those kind of weapons are specifically designed for larger ships, and there's
Do they have
cannons on the
cannons?
subdeck. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
cannon
that
on the
was my
subdeck.
question.
You can
Yeah.
go down and man them and shoot them off, but it would be very difficult to hit something this small and nimble.
Well, do they have the flechette rounds for cannons? You know how they put like the
Yeah, the
balls with
shot.
chains and
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It sprays out.
Yeah.
What a nerd.
Yeah, it's basically like a shotgun, but for a cannon.
Got it.
Yeah.
How fast are they moving?
They move quite fast. Let me get my stats
Got it.
here. And
Well,
here's the way this is going to work, you guys.
Yeah.
We do not have
Maps.
we do not have maps. We do not have minis. We are in a different world right now. Hopefully, we'll figure that out for future episodes if we have to continue doing this. So we're going to run this more like a skill challenge.
Okay.
It'll still be a
Okay.
combat, and we will likely do initiative just to keep things in order.
Okay.
But it's going to be a skill challenge. That means you guys are more than welcome to use your combat skills, your spells, anything that you want to do that is a combat. You will roll for attacks. You will do any of that stuff. But you are also welcome to do any other skill checks that you would like to do in order to survive this encounter.
Okay.
Go ahead.
How far away are they?
I'll be heading towards the back of the ship, basically kind of putting myself in the position of like a rear gunner.
How far away are they, Jeff?
I mean, there are a
stealth
couple hundred
purposes.
yards at this point. You know, it's pretty far away from you as far as being able to hit them with a spell, but you can certainly start doing things that may slow them down as they approach.
Fahima, I'm tapped. I haven't had a chance to rest since the sandstorm, so I'm basically Eldritch Blast-o-matic over here.
Well, Eldritch Blast is perfect.
I hope so. Unless I have 10 minutes to, I don't know, use my Phantom Steed, but I don't think we do.
Let's hope you don't.
Would look
Okay.
cool though.
That would look really cool, right along the sand. Oh my god!
Do you mind protecting them while I take care of this? And I'm going to take Charon down into the hold.
Good.
Okay.
Do you mind?
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Ugo.
Okay.
I gotta keep that guy on my sights. Boss say.
Do you want to take him down and I'll stay with them and protect them?
Put him in the cage, as I said.
Oh yeah. Sorry, boss.
The cage is on the deck.
He's on
That's
the deck.
exactly what I wanted to try to avoid. All right, so I'm going to start hauling him over to the cage.
I got it.
All right, so you guys throw him in the slammer, and he, as the doors close, he looks at you, Ugo, and in deep speech he says, "Just get me to the water."
Okay.
So, so
Jeff,
they
I'm
are
gonna-
approaching. Is there any? Sorry, go ahead, Lily.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm gonna go to the back of the boat also, and then I'm gonna ready just because I'm not exactly sure how close they are. I'm gonna ready hypnotic pattern. So for the first people who get like close enough, and
Okay.
that's 120 foot range, just so you know, and it's I think it's a 30 foot. Yeah, it's a 30 foot cube. So whoever would be within that, like who first approaches.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're placing that just sort of in the path that you guys are moving in.
Yeah.
Waiting for them to sort of get within that range, and I
Yeah.
guess
But you haven't cast it yet. You're just readying it.
I'm
when they
readying
get-
it so I
yeah.
can cast it because it's an instant. It's like instant. They see it and then it goes away.
Right.
But anyone who's within that, so I would cast it at an opportune moment when it's most people I can get in a 30-foot cube.
Okay.
And
It's-
then they have to do skill saves, I believe.
We
And
gonna-
even before they get within my 120 foot range of Eldritch Blast, I will start peppering the sand in front of them with blasts, basically to let them know that, you know, it's not going to be an unobstructed run at us.
Okay, so here's the scene. This large ship in full sail is cruising with these giant skis on the side that are supported by flying buttress, basically on either side, is moving at an increasingly rapid rate across the surface of the desert. And behind you are big intervals of space. I mean, it is a wide, you know, this is Mad Max, right? This is a wide amount of space that they're all coming from. Tiny little, and there's a lot of them, tiny little individual craft that are coming manned with snake people. And James is standing at the back of the ship, just shooting off purple blasts of arcane energy. They hit the ground, casting up sand as these things approach, and you see them sort of change their trajectories and start veering wildly. They're too far away for you to even get close to them with arcane blasts, but they're already sort of accommodating for where they see the blast erupting out of the ground from. James is just standing there casting, just cantripping wildly with these arcane bolts, just hitting the ground, pummeling the ground, kind of creating almost a screen of sand of blast after blast after blast erupting from the ground.
Yeah.
Jeff, Ugo runs over to Fahima and says, Fahima, you make me fly.
Why?
So I can stop them when they get close? Not now. Just wait when they get close, make me fly. I can go down and make them stop.
Okay, how fast are they moving if we were to have somebody fly? Like, are they moving too fast?
They're pretty far now, right? You said?
They're pretty far now. I mean,
Yeah.
where are they?
Like, could we fly someone and have them keep speed?
It moves at the small ones move at 120 feet per round.
Whoa!
They are fast.
That is fast.
Yeah.
How fast
So-
is the ship moving?
The ship is moving not nearly that fast, but pretty fast. It moves at I think it moves at 60, 70.
So they're almost double our speed.
They're gonna
Yeah.
catch up to
Definitely
us. Yeah.
120 feet. That's their normal speed. That's not dashing.
Well, that is their. This is a vehicle that is in full sail, so it is basically at dash speed constantly.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so I have a plan. I have an idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to actually spend 1 minute to cast Conjure Minor Elementals, and I'm going to create a gargoyle.
Okay.
And they have a flying speed of 60 feet.
Okay.
So if my gargoyle baby dashes, then he should be able to kind of flit. Well, there's only one. Flit around and kind of like, be a
Is it-
distraction.
Is it a fire gargoyle?
Well, it is elemental. I'm guessing it's an
Stone.
earth elemental.
Oh, it's
yeah, because it's stone.
Fascinating.
But it'd be cool if it was like
Yeah.
a fiery gargoyle. But his
Cool.
his attacks are claws and bite and stuff. There's no
Okay.
fire.
So it takes you
sounds
what you
plenty
said
distract-
a minute to cast that.
minute.
Okay. So again, Fahima, amidst the chaos, finds some place to a nook in the side of the deck where you can sort of prevent a lot of distraction. You sit down, you get cross-legged, and you try to concentrate on your spell. So it's gonna take a concentration check to see if you can pull this off amidst this moving ship underneath you and all the chaos. Shooting Eldritch Blast at the back of the ship, all that nutso stuff.
Okay.
So give me a concentration check. You have advantage from which space, but it was countered by Lambent Zerker.
Lambent Zerker, come on!
And immediately after that minute, we're going to roll initiative and just kind of get things into some sort of order here.
Jeff, I have a question for you.
Please.
This is gonna determine what I end up doing. The cage that Charon is in, is it like a regular cage? Is it something that somebody could shoot into or stab into? Is he pretty exposed sitting in this cage outside?
Yes.
Is
Yes.
there anybody posted to protect him? Is there any
Well, there's a
pirate
lot of
that's on guard?
chaos around that, but he is sort of. It seems as if Whitebeard specifically put this. There is a brig on this ship, you would assume,
Yes.
and this is not where he decided to put this prisoner. He put this
Yes.
prisoner front and center, almost a masthead. Almost, it's at that front. It's in the forecastle, right? Up, not in the forecastle, but above the. What is that called? The poop deck, I guess. The front there, where if you imagine the foremast and the masthead, and
Yeah.
then that first surface, that's where the cage is. It's almost like he's, I'm the king of the world
Yeah.
position, right?
But in prison.
but in a cage. But in a
Right.
cage, yeah. So that's where
Not
that is.
quite
So
as romantic.
it's in plain view of literally everyone on the ship, and but yes, wide open and exposed.
Okay. Well then, that's where I'm at.
Concentration is 13.
What did you have to get? 10 or?
I don't know.
You just to see if she can cast
Just to
the
see if I
spell.
can hang on and hold my concentration.
Oh yeah.
and cast
So
my
yeah, I mean
elemental
it's
spell.
10 or whatever damage you took. You didn't take any damage, right? So 10.
Right.
So you did
Okay.
it. So you managed to cast that. Let's all roll our initiatives.
Ooh boy.
Civ, you have advantage from Nerdlandia. That was countered by Lambent Zerker. Fahima, you have advantage from
Thanks,
which space?
Nerdlandia.
Countered by Lambent Zerker. James, you have advantage from Pytyrus Stormblade, countered by Grimfaded.
Thanks,
Ugo,
Pytyrus.
you have advantage from
Grimfaded.
Manu Hakumi, countered by
Hakume.
Grimfaded.
Manu Hakume.
Lily, you have advantage from Snebugator, countered by Grimfaded.
Grim faded.
Okay.
Doing work.
Well, I
Civ?
got a dirty 20.
16.
Nice.
Natural 20.
Hey, there it is.
First one on this die, I think.
7 for James.
Nice. 7 for James.
21 for Ugo.
21 for Ugo. So
Everybody
Fahima,
just-
what is your modifier to your natural 20 there?
Oh, right, because it doesn't count. This is +1.
Okay.
21.
21.
So Lily, you said dirty 20, is that what you said?
Yep.
All right. So we'll let Fahima go first because she got a natural 20.
Well, I know it doesn't count. I just got excited because
No,
they're here.
Okay.
I
Hey.
feel like that's better than leaving it up to the Dex modifier. That's more fun.
Way more fun.
I approve.
And Ugo, you go second.
Cool.
Lily, you go third.
Okay.
Civ, you go fourth.
Okay.
James, you go fifth.
Meh.
All right.
Save the best for last.
You know
And-
it.
So again, this is going to run more like a skill challenge than a pure combat encounter. I think you'll understand how it goes as it goes. But so, Fahima, you have successfully maintained concentration, and your earthen gargoyle manifests in front of you. It grows and appears, its eyes looking at you for instruction.
Hi. Hello. Nice to meet you.
Is this the plan?
I just need you to go fly around and distract those sort of snake guys, all right?
And it turns its head, looks at you, and takes off.
Yes! I love it!
All right, so this gargoyle, flapping its wings, circling. All the pirates look up at the gargoyle. A couple of them, say little prayers and kiss little necklaces around their neck, and don't quite know what's going on. And these craft, these individual snake people are getting closer and closer as that minute has passed. They're pretty much in range to start attacking at this point. So
Got it.
Fahima, what would you like to do on your turn?
Right, because, so the gargoyle rolls its own initiative, I think I remember from
Yeah,
the
your
last
creatures
time
would
I-
have their own
I
initiative.
did
That's
this,
correct.
so let me roll for him.
Okay. So what's happening while you do
ooh.
that is, the ship is moving across the sand, and there are pirates that are attempting to get in position to fend off an attack. They're pulling out ranged weapons and scimitars and preparing to try to fend off what's happening. And these, you're kind of rised up easily 30 feet off the ground on the top of this ship, and you see below you these small, it's almost like a surfboard with a sail on it. These creatures, they're wielding crossbows, and they have swords, and they look like snakes. Their top half with arms holding weapons, holding the sails, holding onto their craft. Their bottom half, a long, slithery snake tail. And they're, kind of alongside, looking up and hissing at you and pointing and shouting at each other. What would you like to do, Fahima?
Okay, how many of them are there?
A lot. There's a lot.
And
And they're on either side. Actually, before you go, let's say that Lily's prepared spell goes off.
Yeah.
Because you are waiting to get in range. So why don't you roll me? It's a wisdom save.
Yeah, they all have to roll wisdom saves.
Well,
as many as that are in that 30-foot cube.
Let's say there are two that I reached for dice. I don't have dice. I got digital dice. Lame. There are two that are in that kind of cross through your 30-foot area. Again, this is wide open. It's hundreds of feet of desert, and there's all of them kind of spread wildly across that terrain. So let's say there are two that cross through that path. Where's my dice rolling? There it is. Oh, I clear this.
I can roll them for you too if it is an issue.
So I rolled a 6 and a 17.
17 does not save, but 6. I mean,
Wait a minute.
6 does not save. 17 does.
Yeah.
It's a weird
Does
spell.
not
It's reversed.
Okay, so you see one group as there's a couple of them on this sort of hybrid, almost snowmobile looking thing with a ski in the front and a larger surface underneath on the back, and these two sails on either side that one of these yuan tai creatures is holding onto with either hand, and then one sitting in front, steering and having a harpoon. And as they pass through this shimmering, beautiful shape in the sky, they both look up and get mesmerized by it. And the skiff, what did I call it? The sand skimmer.
Buggy.
The sand skimmer kind of careens and loses control, and it rolls in the sand, kicks up, and they both fly wildly off of it, landing kind of still mesmerized, but knocked out of it by the damage they take on the rolls. But they're you clearly have stopped two of them from getting closer to you. But
Okay.
there are many, many more happening, and now it is Fahima's turn.
Right, and they're very spread out. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, you see 6 on the left-hand side of you, and at least 4 on the right-hand side. And there are a couple that have single riders, a couple that are multiple riders. It is a large grouping of attackers and assailants.
Okay. Well, then I will just shoot off a magic missile at 2nd level
Okay.
at them.
Nice.
So that'll be 4 darts, and I'll attack. I don't know which side I'm on. I guess whichever side I'm closest to. Maybe the group of 6. I'll shoot 4 of them.
Well, again, it's not a group of 6, right? It is individual. It's as if, you've got different cars in a race, and there are 6 on sort of one side of the boat, and they're trying to come around and stop you from moving.
And some are solo and some are double, you said.
Yes.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. Yeah. Well.
So it's almost like you can imagine it like motorcyclists taking down a semi truck or something. You guys are on the semi truck, and the motorcycles are all kind of swarming around either side.
That scenario's happened to me so many times you wouldn't believe it.
I mean, it's very Mad Max, but with sails.
For sure, I'm into it.
Surfboards.
All right. So I'm pelting the ones that are closest to me.
Okay.
1 dart for each individual rider, and one is a 2. Second is a 5. The third is a 4, and the 4th is a 4.
So you wanted those
total.
You wanted those all to go to different targets?
Yeah, because my tactic is to show them what we have, like I'm not trying to just kill one. I'm like spraying like a shotgun at all these guys.
Nice.
And you do. The missiles go careening wildly, and they all find their targets magically, and you see them hissing and angry, but a minor damage to all of them. But they still continue. But there seems to be yelling and discussion and gesticulating wildly, and some change trajectory. And they're pointing up there as if saying, "Magic users on the boat." So we move to Uggo.
Uggo kind of looks disappointingly at Fahima and goes, "I guess I gotta learn to fly on my own." And he goes over to the back of the ship, hooks his grappling hook tight to the ship, and he's going to climb to the sides, the maul outside, to his side, and he's waiting for the boats to come nearby. He's going to push off and try to land on one of them.
Love it. Okay, roll me a dexterity check. You can do athletics.
And as he runs, he grumbles something about stupid earth bat.
You can do athletics or acrobatics.
Stupid. And
I'm guessing it's gonna be athletics.
Yeah.
Jeff, my gargoyle also rolled a 5 on initiative.
Okay, so gargoyle.
Yeah, I get to go before the gargoyle.
And while he's doing that, he's going to use his disappointment in not being able to fly to rage.
There it is.
It's the saddest rage of all.
I wanted to fly now!
It's just a relatable rage.
Yeah, relatable rage.
Can't Fahima cast fly? You can't. Right?
No, I don't have fly.
Oh, okay, it's just Uggo. Okay,
Yeah.
I was gonna. Yes, okay. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute.
You're James. You're applying so much logic
I know,
to the situation.
It would
really
be nice.
Who doesn't remember which spellcaster has which spell?
It would be nice to fly.
I assumed he meant like the train of thought of like polymorph.
Yeah, turn him into a giant eagle, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
The athletics check is a 20.
Okay, yeah. So you push off the
Okay.
side and you swing, and as you manage to time it so that one of the solo riders that's holding onto this windsurfer basically, and looking, it's looking up at the top of the boat, trying to spy where it can maybe grab on and get purchase and latch onto the side of the boat. As it comes around the side, all of a sudden, Uggo appears, leaping off like some Cirque du Soleil performer, and swinging around with this massive hammer, and you just swing it right at. So roll your attack.
We did learn how to do some of that rope.
Well,
stuff
actually,
in
I don't.
Bond.
I have them all, but did I land on the skimmer?
Oh, you want to mount it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So
I want to
you do,
land
yeah.
on the skimmer.
With your 20, you land on. It is a it's almost like a surfboard.
Great.
You've seen a windsurfer before?
Yeah. Yep.
So it's kind of like that. It's
Right.
got fins that dig into the sand, and he's moving at a very high speed, and you land, surprising this thing
Right.
who barely saw you swing out from the side with your grappling hook.
Okay, so that took just to clarify, that took my bonus action to rage and an action to do that, or a bonus or movement to do that.
Let's call it your movement. That's fun.
Perfect. Okay, so then what I'm going to do is I'm still holding on the rope. I'm going to try to grapple the snake man and throw him on another one of the into another one of the the smaller surf.
Okay, let's roll a contest of strength.
Perfect.
Raging, so you're
Yep.
advantage.
Ooh, I'm rolling.
Yeah, you have
great
advantage.
tonight. Contest of
Although
strength.
you have disadvantage from Grim Faded.
No.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Still okay.
So it's a straight roll.
Straight roll.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take that. Not bad.
And I got a 14.
I got a 15.
Oh!
So close,
So-
so close. So
So
close.
Uggo swings around the side of the boat as it moves swiftly over the surface of the desert, latches onto the side, grabs onto this snake around his back, and you grasp him in a grapple. It is writhing and hissing at you as it
Right.
tries to maintain control of this rapidly moving windsurfer. What do you want to do? You just gonna hold him?
I'm gonna try to pull him off of this, like swing back towards the ship and pull him off of the surfboards, hopefully, and then drop him. So essentially, I'm trying.
You want to try to remove him, but stay on the
him-
board yourself.
Well, I would like to actually swing back to the ship as I remove him.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean,
stars, baby.
So basically, you never even really did a grapple. It was a contest of strength that you won.
Right.
You came around the side. You
Right.
managed to grab him and toss him off.
Cool, great.
And so
Then
so he is. You unseated him basically from the. You unhorsed him from his.
Right.
his,
I'm just trying to
thing.
make sure that he's being left on the sand as we move further down the sand.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
what happened was you swung around, you come colliding into him, and
Right.
your strength overwhelms his, pushing him off. He goes falling into the sand,
Perfect.
twisting and turning, and a big plume of sand gets kicked up, and you
Great.
continue swinging. In fact, pushing off of the surfboard itself as it falls, and its momentum continues to have it careen wildly off to the side. And you continue your momentum around the other side and slam into the side of the hull of the ship, still grasping onto your
Great.
grappling hook.
Great.
All right, so that brings us to Lily.
Hey, okay, so
Hey, Lily here.
hey, it's me, Lily.
So before I
might
say
have
that,
seen me.
Uggo, was that on the side with the 6 or the side with the 4?
Which one's the ones that Fahim shot?
She did the side of the
6.
6.
Then it'll be on the side with the 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, just to
So
clarify,
there's 5 left.
picture right now, Jeff, is there a cluster of more on one side that I would be able to see?
Yeah, there's 5 on one side and 4 on the other right now. And it looks like as you look back, there may be even more that are farther back from where you're coming from, but they are so far that you don't even need to worry about them.
Right. Okay, so the 5 that are there, how close are they in a cluster? Like, I don't know how big these skimmer things are.
They're not very clustered together at all.
Okay.
They are. It's
Okay.
like individual riders, individual.
We have area of effect spells.
So
I
like,
know.
no, it's okay. I'm wondering if like within 60 feet, would I be able to get like 2 of them within 60 feet or
60 feet. Yeah, I will say you could probably you could get 2. Yeah,
2? Okay, then
60 feet's pretty big.
It's pretty
so,
big, yeah. So, oh, actually, never mind. It's not 60 feet. I'm lying to you. I'm gonna get one of them. Okay, it's 10 foot. I'm gonna do shatter. It's a 60-foot range.
Got it.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do shatter, which is a con save of 15, and I'll do it over in the group of 5.
Okay.
And I'll do it as whatever the one is closest, kind of getting closest to us, in a hopes to, if they sputter out, get in the way of the other ones, causing some kind of residual
Right.
Pile up?
wreckage. I
Yeah,
guess.
pile up. Yeah.
Con save is 15.
It's a 15, so you did it. But
Oh.
but you still take, a creature takes on a failed save half as much damage as 3d8. So let me
Okay.
roll that. So I'm assuming that would still hurt them. And
Yeah,
stun
for
them
sure.
a
Half of
little bit.
3d8 is pretty big.
Yeah. So I mean, it's 11 damage. So
The
That's
Surfboard
halved
probably
already, or
also
is that was the
takes it.
total?
that
It would be 5 if it was
5.
half. Okay.
Anything that's non-magical that isn't being warned or carried also takes that damage within 10 feet.
Yeah, the ship takes it.
Also,
Mhm.
you on T have magical resist.
Ooh.
Right? Isn't that true?
That's annoying.
Let me find that.
Damage
Magical
on
resistance. UNT has
spell
advantage on
saves?
saving throughs against spells.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't need it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Good to know, though.
Good to know. So
So 5.
so that this enormous sound erupts right in the path as this rider is getting closer to the ship. A pop of enormous sound. It screams and shouts, but manages to hold on. There is a couple on the other side, the paired riders. One stands up and shoots a crossbow that the bolt seems to have a rope tied to it. It goes into the side of the ship, and the back rider gets off and starts climbing across the rope and getting to the side of the hull, which brings us to Civ's turn.
I am very
Go says, cut
calmly,
the rope!
very casually whistling to myself as I pull out three arrows and I stick each arrow on another side of the cage. So they're just sticking up out of the planks. Does that make sense?
Okay.
And then I'll
No, it
knock
doesn't.
an,
I'm sorry. They explain it again.
So this is the cage.
Yeah.
Arrow, arrow, arrow. They're just
Okay.
sitting in the ground, stuck in the ground.
Okay.
Okay. So I can easily grab them and fire them.
Oh, I see. Great. Okay. I didn't.
I also
understand
have a
what
quiver
You're
with some
setting
arrows.
like a weird trap.
I thought
Being
so too.
fancy.
I
Yeah.
was like, oh,
It's being
okay.
fancy. I love it, though. I love it.
He's an arrow wizard, guys. He's an arrow wizard.
We didn't know this all along.
And then when I hear people hollering and screaming about some Yuan-Ti who's sunk a bolt or an arrow into the side of the deck and he's climbing up the rope, I will casually saunter over to the side of the boat and I'll lean over and smile as I shoot him between the eyes.
Oh my
All right.
gosh.
Roll to hit. You have disadvantage from Lambent Zerker.
And I would argue I have advantage because I would be coming from a concealed area.
All right. Well, those cancel out then.
Straight roll.
Dirty 20.
Okay, that hits.
Oh my gosh.
Sneak attack.
His eyes never stood a chance.
His poor eyes.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 23 points of damage.
All right. So let me roll a dexterity saving throw.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Just
that's an
knock
8.
him right off that rope.
So it hits him right between the eyes. It doesn't kill him, but it disorients him so much that he drops off the rope, hits the ground, and starts spinning through the sand, kicking up sand. Meanwhile, there are pirates on the top of the deck trying to wildly spin the sails and try to create some sort of maneuver that will shake them from their pursuit. Whitebeard screaming, yelling orders, and Saugus Van Fleek behind the wheel, wildly spinning it right and left as the pirates themselves are trying to correct the sails and catch the wind and slow and then speed up. You see another grouping of these double riders with this harpoon mounted to the front. They shoot this harpoon that sticks in the back of the hull of the ship, and they again also start to board, climbing up the back of the ship right where you are, James.
Right.
And it is your turn.
Jeff, can I use the rest of my movement to casually walk back to the cage?
Yes, as long as it's casual.
As long as it's
It's
casual.
very casual. There might
Are
even
you
be.
still whistling?
Oh yeah, I'm whistling the whole time, and there might even be a little tail wagging as well.
Oh, God.
Got it.
Well, I'm glad you feel the sense of danger I'm trying to create.
Right, for sure.
Petrified.
So there are one or two guys climbing up on the rope attached to this harpoon.
Yes, there are two guys trying to climb from a seated skiff that's now basically being towed behind the back of the boat,
Got it.
attached by this very thick harpoon line. They've kind of reached the back of the hull there, and they're attempting to climb up and
Okay,
board
so
you.
they're already like attached to the ship, basically.
Mhm.
All right, then look down. Sorry about this, and I'll basically want to fire Eldritch Blasts at both of them to knock them both off because I
All
get
right.
2.
Roll to
Yeah.
hit.
Okay, do I have advantage?
You have advantage from Kaibori Anotaku, but it was
Thanks,
counted by
Kaibori.
Grim Fate.
And thanks, Grim Faded. Well, the first one is a 26 to hit.
That hits.
Yes. Where's my D10? There you are. And that first one is going to be 11 points of damage. Specifically, even I'll try to aim it at its hands or at the like at the bit that it's holding on to try and like dislodge it.
All right, I'll roll a dexterity saving throw to see how that works for them. These are experienced.
Sure.
Rolled a 3. Oh, I have advantage from Lily Dumblebay. Let's see what that is. Oh, that's better.
All right.
That is a 19. So it's all right.
So it's hanging on. Then I will use my. Then I will send the second Eldritch Blast at the same guy. Then.
Okay.
Do I have advantage on that?
You do from Z-Man 9018.
Thanks, Z-Man. Ooh, that's good because one of those was a nat 1. A 22 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, and that is 12 points of damage. So he
Woof.
gets 23 total in the face.
All right. Yeah, that is right in the face.
In the face.
This one particular snake man, not happy, gets blasted, pummeled with these arcane blasts as you stand over the side and just like rain arcane energies down the side, the back of this hull, 30 feet down as this thing is trying to climb up. It gets just blasted, but it hangs on, and the other one, seeing its friend blasted, kind of moves to the side and continues climbing more rapidly.
Okay.
We are up to the gargoyle.
Yes,
Dun, dun, dun.
I was like, oh, cool.
Quick, give it a name.
You know that
we
thing
need
you
to give it a name.
conjured?
I don't give them names because they're not real, and that would make me feel bad if they
Well,
died.
chat's gonna give him a name. Right?
They
No,
look
you're
very
not
real
allowed
to me.
to.
They
Not
look very
allowed
real
to.
to me.
They
Give
go
him a
through
number. Give
this
him a number.
mode. So the gargoyle is. So are there any other bad boys hanging on the front of the ship?
Me.
Ship at all?
Are
He's
there
the
any
bad
other
boy.
hanging off the side of the ship? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Or did James get all of them off?
No, there are 2 still on the back of the ship, and there are more that are attempting to shoot their crossbows and harpoons. But
Yikes.
there are 2 on the back right at the second.
I'll basically, by the way, bonus action or whatever, calling out to Whitebeard that of the 2 coming up in the back.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a little afraid of some fire spills on the ship, so I gotta be wary of that. But anyway, gargoyle's turn. So he is going to do his multi-attack.
Okay.
With his bite and his claws. So he'll go for the 2 that are hanging off the side of the ship. So he'll kind of swoop down and and hit them.
Okay.
So that is +4 to hit. I'm guessing my advantages and disadvantages don't count on him.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll roll 2d20s for both attacks.
I don't think we made a clear distinction on that, but we'll talk about it. Let's just have a roll these straight rolls.
Sure. Yeah. All right. So that's one is a 17 to hit, and one is a 7 to hit.
The 17 hits.
Okay, so we'll just do that's the claws, and his reach is 5 feet, so he will stay a little far away. So if your reach is 5 feet, do you still provoke an opportunity attack if you stay like the reach length away?
The
10
reach
feet
is
away?
5 feet means you're up next to it.
Yeah, 5 feet is as close as you can be.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah.
Oh, I was thinking it was like a lance where you get an
Yeah.
additional 5 feet.
No.
Not that. Okay. Got it. All right. So 1d6 plus 2 slashing. So that's 4 slashing damage.
4 slashing damage to the same one that James attacked, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this thing just got pummeled with arcane blasts, and it's clinging onto the back of the boat, trying to climb hand over hand up the side, digging its fingers into the wooden planks. And this earthen gargoyle comes swooping out over the top and comes down and hovers there and grins at it. And the snake looks at it in the eye, and the claws come and scratch the side of this snake creature, drawing blood, but not much else.
Okay.
So that brings us back to the top of the round. That's your turn again, Fahima. But in the interim, what has happened is you guys are moving at an enormous rate of speed, and you're kind of coming up the rise of this dune as they're trying to maneuver and shake the pursuers behind them and to the side of them and latching onto them as these more and more crossbow twine bolts and ropes and harpoons with large ropes attached to them are going thum, thum, thum into the side. You know, they're being attacked on all sides by these numerous creatures, and they're trying to create evasive maneuvers and do something to shake them off. As they do that, they kind of turn into a large dune, and the whole ship rises up the side of the dune and comes up over it, sort of catching air as it does. And each of you need to roll a dexterity saving throw for me.
No.
I love dexterity saving.
This is when I fall off the Vardo.
So Civ, straight roll. Fahima, advantage from Witch Space.
Nice.
James, advantage from Fallstar.
Thanks,
Uggo,
Fallstar.
Uggo, advantage from Braba, countered by Grimfaded. Lily, advantage from Lily Dumblebay, countered by Grimfaded.
I shouldn't have said anything.
So
even with advantage.
I'll go. How do you feel about jumping off the ship to save James again?
Well, I have a quick question.
I have a gargoyle.
It'll happen.
I have a gargoyle.
I have an ability called, where is it?
Save James from falling off.
It's called an
Save
ability
Nerdy
called
Warlock.
Save James.
I took a level in Save, James?
Danger Sense. Danger Sense. I have advantage on dex saving throws against effects that I can see while not blinded, deafened, or incapacitated.
All right. So your advantage and disadvantage countered out on our column, but your ability grants you advantage in your column.
Oh, God. 7.
Woof.
With advantage. 7.
15.
We all know how James likes to fall off of moving vehicles.
I have. It's my one Achilles heel.
It's kind of his thing.
You're lucky you haven't gotten motion sickness from the sand.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
All
Holding
right,
it
so
in.
James got a 7, Uggo got a 15. Civ?
14.
25.
Lily?
21.
Show
Oh
off.
my God.
Show off.
Can I just casually lean on the cage?
Stop.
Part
Hey,
of my
do you
dexterity.
remember-
Everything casual.
Last time we were on the ship and then you almost died.
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
But those
we
were
remember.
harpies. Those are harpies.
I'm
These are
just
Yankees.
Someone had to drop an anvil on you to stop you from
Yes,
leaping
that's
off
correct.
the boat.
This guy. Who's this guy?
Yeah.
All right. So what happens
It's totally
is
different.
as the boat gets to, near vertical. It's not quite that high, but it is an extreme angle. I'm not doing this well with the camera. Extreme angle as it gets up and rises the crest. James, you're the only one who sort of loses footing. You're on the back of the boat. Oh, you're on the back of the boat.
Yeah.
I'm also there, so if
Yeah.
I can try to catch him, that would be great.
I'm that guy in Titanic who falls and hits the propellers.
Oh, no.
Thank you for the Titanic reference.
That is
No.
that is a shot that I will never ever
Never
forget.
forget.
And you see his body
This
turn and turn.
I
But
will
that was-
never
that-
forget the sound.
That
Oh,
only
maybe he'll
happened
be
because,
okay. Oh!
No, that only happened because he was on the front. See, on the back,
Oh,
you don't
right,
hit all the
right,
stuff
okay.
going down.
All right, thank goodness.
Anyway, so
Straight
you
to the
seven.
bottom.
There's no propellers on this boat.
yeah,
people.
there's no propellers anyway.
He can hit the ski. He can hit the ski.
Oh.
So you come tumbling forward, James, and fall over the side just as the boat is righting itself, and so you are kind of falling. I'll allow Ugo to do a dexterity saving throw if you want to try to reach out and see if you can. snag.
Where are you? Where?
Can
On
you
the
pull a
back of the boat?
Tarzan?
Oh, you're still
Yeah.
Tarzaning on the back
He's
of the boat.
Yeah.
he's hanging from the back. He sees James fall as the whole thing goes vertical. Ugo is holding onto his rope on his grapple, and he sees James come tumbling out on the side, on the back, as he's sort of on the back side. You know, he's around the corner from you, but he sees you tumbling out. So I'm gonna allow. It's gonna be a high DC, man. This is not easy.
I nat 20'd it, no joke.
Did you really?
I so did.
There's no way to confirm this.
I
but
say,
know,
we're gonna
I-
need a dice
Come
box.
on,
We're gonna need a
Hold
dice
on.
box cam next week.
Bro,
He's got.
Come
He
here.
has a roommate.
hold on, I have a roommate
The
who works for
roommate.
this company who can verify. Right there, tell me that's a nat 20 on camera. Come over here, give a thumbs up. Thank you.
I would love for him to come
Thank
over. I would love for him to come over and be like, "It's a 2."
Ron, that's a 5.
Said he wants you. It's a 2.
It is a hard position.
Oh
Okay,
my
so-
god.
Natural 20.
Wow.
James
Wow.
comes tumbling off the backside, kind of spinning through the air. Ugo, hanging from a grappling hook with one hand, sees it happening and pushes off the side and pushes himself forward past the back hull of the ship and reaches a large orcish hand out and grabs James just as he's about to hit the sand. And yeah, he sort of grabs your arm and, you know, it does that cool thing in action movies where they do that thing, you know? But
Oh no.
But I rolled 19 on my dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
And the Yuan T, who saw that, who was on the side too, also reached out and grabbed the leg of James.
Oh no!
Now you are in a James tug of war with a snake man over the backside as you're hanging off this boat that's going extremely fast over the surface of the desert.
Gosh.
Okay. So that was James's turn. Oh no, we're up to Fahima.
That was lair action. Basically.
Yeah, that was lair action. So we're up to Fahima.
Okay, lots changed. So where is, for my mapping in my mind, that was on the back of the ship.
Yeah.
So the gargoyle and the two people, the two yontai that are on they're on the side.
No, I thought you were on the back because you were attacking the same creatures that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
James.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
everyone's at the back, just kind of like spread out.
Except Sid,
Yeah.
who's casual.
Kish, Sim at this point has made himself a vodka tonic. And it's just like...
Sid is at the very front of the ship that kind of almost went vertical. He saw Charon like fall into the cage, and Sid just kind of casually leaned against it as he went vertical. and
Somehow
back.
got a Sunday newspaper there.
Casual Friday here on Whitebeard shit.
Okay. So
Meanwhile, I'm being ripped in two as we hang off the back of the ship.
Not yet.
yeah. Can I give up my spell action to command my gargoyle again?
I think that's allowed, right? Isn't that if you have a is that
it's-
allowed? I don't know.
It's not in the
That's me.
spell. I was just wondering
Oh.
if I could do that.
No.
It has to,
Okay.
I thought
it
that
has
was
to
a
move
thing.
on its initiative.
You mean you
right?
want to like give up your turn to have the gargoyle go again? Or
Yeah,
you
I
just want to,
Essentially, like
or
instead
you
of
just want to
casting
tell
a
your
spell-
gargoyle to do something?
I don't think that would be your whole action.
Well, your gargoyle still gets its own turn. So
Yeah,
you just-
that's the reason I would say no, is because your gargoyle is in initiative order. So it would be the
Yeah.
same
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
as you saying, I want to give up my turn for Civ to go.
Right.
Yeah. Which is
That would
actually a
work.
really cool power.
I want to give
Okay.
up my turn to Uggo every time.
I think there are forces
Good.
of,
I'm in.
I think there are forces of good that do that. But that's
Yeah.
right.
I have one of
In,
those.
in fact, there's also a ability that fighters can do where they command someone and they get another turn.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, like I said, I'm afraid of setting the ship on fire, so there's not a ton I can do. But what I would like to try to do is send a firebolt down to the ropes and attempt to burn them.
Okay, so
Off.
off to the other side, not the back, the sides where the ropes are being shot.
Wherever the ropes are in the ship is where I want to go.
Okay, so
What-
that would be off
yeah.
to the sides of the ship.
Oh, I thought we just said the gargoyle and everyone is at the back.
There's the harpoon that had two guys who are now attached. They are now on the ship. They are no longer on the rope.
Yeah, they don't care
Oh.
about the rope anymore.
They moved
Yeah.
past the gargoyle.
No, they were on the back, holding onto the
Yeah.
ship as the gargoyle slashed at them.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So they were hanging on the back of the ship. They're not.
Right.
There's no rope.
They already
involved
got all the way through the rope onto the
Right.
back of the
They're
ship.
past
I
the rope.
see. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So they're on the ship.
They are attached. They are on the ship. One is holding onto the ship, holding James. Uggo is holding a rope, holding the other half of James, and then another reptile or another snake man is hanging adjacent to that on the back of the ship. Your gargoyle is levitating, flying behind in that general vicinity as well. Meanwhile, on either side of the ship, there are other attackers that are attempting to shoot ropes onto the side of the ship to also board it.
All right, but there are ropes that are in the ship right now.
Correct, but they're not
Okay.
where James is.
Okay, so I will go to those ropes and I will try to set them on fire.
Okay.
So yeah, I shoot down some firebolts, or a firebolt.
Okay.
So I'll choose one. I have to make a ranged spell attack, so I
Yeah.
guess the DC will be to use.
You do have advantage from Don't Hate Fahima. I should also say we got a lot of love that I
Yay!
haven't talked about in a while.
Yay!
Brava, All-Star, Dresden Dark, Rio Lancelot, Storm of Blades, Damon.
Yay!
Thank you.
Thank you. No disadvantage?
No disadvantage.
It is my lucky day. I rolled a 1 and a 3. Great.
Oh,
Great.
You are
It
your
is
own
over.
disadvantage.
Great.
Man.
Oh,
Wow.
Your fireball
Wow.
goes
Brutal.
careening past a couple of ropes that are stuck into the side of the ship and hits the sand, causing a plume of sand to kick up, but no damage to the ropes themselves. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No, I'm just gonna be embarrassed.
Fahima, I would say Fahima turns red, but she's already red.
That's a good
Uggo, you're up.
Help!
Yeah, come on, Uggo, let's pull off
Ow.
another miracle here.
James, are you out of spells?
I mean, I have cantrips, but yes. Besides that,
Okay, well.
So yeah, as you're talking, you know, like you're
yeah.
oh,
I'm just gonna try to yank him out of the Auntie's grip.
oh, ow!
okay. So
Hoping not
you
to
know
hurt him too much.
what we're seeing right now is Uggo holding on to this rope and holding on to James as best he can. The sand moving at a very fast clip underneath you. James, you're sort of
Please don't drop
suspended-
me!
Yeah, suspended on you know how you sort of pick up a little child by their arms and then somebody else is holding their feet. That's kind of how it is right now, and you're cradled like that, going very much seeing the ground moving at a very high rate underneath
Except
you.
with an orc on one side and a snake person on the
That's
other.
right.
Hey, at least we're both green.
Totally normal. Both green.
Okay, so what are you trying to do? Uggo?
I'm gonna try to yank him out of the Auntie's grasp.
All right, that may cause damage to James, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
More than him falling into the sand.
Worth
At
it.
this point, right. A little
let's
scratching
do-
and stretching
That's
is a
how
little better
James
than.
lost a foot.
Gosh.
Dislocate everything.
Ah!
Yeah. So let's roll a contest of strength.
I roll
This
a
is-
con save.
This is definitely
Straight
a
roll.
force of good or force of evil card. The tug of James card.
Are they within 60 feet of me?
Stretch Quillis.
Not if you went to the side.
Okay.
I got a 13.
Oh, do I have advantage or not?
You
I
do
mean, I
not
already
have
have
to
it
You
from
are
raging.
raging. Yeah.
You're raging, then
so
you
I have
get
it
it.
from raging.
Yeah.
Cool.
Do it.
19.
Okay.
Yes.
So you win the contest of strength. I am going to say that
Damage.
James, you get 4 points of damage.
Fair.
Stretch damage.
yeah, like force damage probably.
Yeah. I mean, it feels horrible being ripped from the grip of this
Yeah.
snake who is holding onto you. But as Ugo pulls you, the UNT actually, it's not it's not his grip on you that fails him. It's his grip on the side of the boat that fails him. And as Ugo pulls you, he comes off the back of the boat, and you have that situation in every movie where I've got you, and I've got you, and I've got you, and the,
It's got you too.
and
Oh,
the,
no.
you know, it's Ugo holding James.
Avengers.
And the
And he's got my
UNT,
foot,
He's got your
basically.
foot, but as you get down to that position, its legs actually hit the sand and kick. Or it doesn't have legs; it has a snake bottom. But it hits the sand and it kicks it up, and it lets go of you, and it falls back into the sand. And you see the body as you're upside down, or not, you're not upside down, but you're hanging there, and you see it fall back and hit and roll back off the side as Ugo pulls you free from its clutches.
And Ugo says, I got you, bread brother! I got you!
Thank you.
All right. So that's completes your turn, right?
Yep.
So we are up to Lily.
Hey. Okay.
Hey, Lily here.
So, is the other Yanti still coming on board? Or
There's
did he
one still
fall?
on the back of the boat, and there are several that are shooting ropes and harpoons and trying to board.
The one that's on the back of the boat looks like he's gonna attack us. I'm assuming, like he's.
Well, he just watched
getting
his
close.
friend try to hold on to James and get pulled off the back and tumble into the sand. So he's going to try to scamper up the side and try to get on the boat safely.
Okay.
Not
That's how
deal with
snakes
any of
move.
that business anymore.
Yeah. So I see him, and then I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna cast Phantasmal Force on him,
Ooh.
Okay.
and so you have to do a Wisdom save.
Is it intelligence? Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Intelligence.
He got a
Doesn't matter.
8.
Okay, great. It worked. Okay,
Do it.
so so do Yanti have snake tongues?
They do.
Okay, great.
This one does.
Great.
I am fascinated. Go
So
on.
what happens is this guy's just seen this happen, and then all of a sudden, out of his mouth comes his own tongue, but it's getting longer and longer, like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory style, okay? And then the split tongue, so the split tongue comes out like this, and then it turns back around, and it goes up his nose. And so it's like that feeling when you're like got water up your nose and you're like drowning.
Oh
and
my
you're
god!
Like, you know, and then he feels like it's also going up his nose and then coming out like his little eye parts right here.
Oh.
Yeah, the eye ducts. And
No,
that's-
Jeff. Eye parts.
eye parts. I believe the
His-
clinical term is eye parts.
His tongue is in his eye parts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So his tongue comes out and like threatens himself with it, and then up his nose, and then he kind of like feels like the feeling is like it's like when you got like a sleep in your eyes, kind of. But also like you got water up your nose. So he's not like in like horrible pain, but it's real weird.
This got Lovecraftian very quickly.
All right.
Oof.
That is horrible.
Oh.
And, how much damage did he take from that?
It's not much. It's just
I think-
psychic damage.
It's
I
just
know,
one
but he's
d6
gonna-
psychic, I think.
Yeah, 1d6 seconds, but it's more like he thinks that's happening. It's rooted
Yeah.
in his mind that that's.
I
happening.
thought you were going to make it where his tongue turned into a snake and like threatened him, but what you did was way worse.
Yeah.
So he, I just rolled a 3. So what's going to happen is he was trying to catch himself from reacting instinctively, to basically flinch from this horrible vision. But I rolled a 3, so he's not. And he takes his hands off to try to pull these things out of his eyes, and then looks back and realizes he's not holding on anymore, and he falls back and lands another one poof, in the sand. So we are up to
Lily's phantasmal force is like the most frightening force in the universe.
don't mess with
He
that.
wasn't in a lot of pain. It's just that it was the feeling like
will be.
feeling when people learn how to, swim and they get water up their nose. That's what
He
I'm
wasn't.
going for.
Yeah, he wasn't in a lot
But
of
it's a
pain,
vision he'll live
He is
with
now.
for the rest of his life.
which is about 10
Why you
seconds.
shouldn't attack people.
All right, Civ. So as you are sort of casually leaning against the side of the cage, ready to knock another arrow, I'm sure, and take out some more of these fools, you see we've kind of had the sequence where we crested this rise of this dune and caught some air and landed, and on the way down from that rise, the ship has achieved a speed that it has not yet reached. It is going very, very fast. You feel the intense wind, the swirling, ripping wind as the wind from the desert, and also just the speed of how you're going. And Civ, you are the only one of the team that's at the front where that cage is, and you turn and look and you see water, crystal blue water out ahead of you. In fact, it is approaching very, very fast, and you hear from behind you Whitebeard say, "Faster, go." And the activity of all of the pirates increases. They turn and catch the sails, and you are going down the side of this dune, picking up speed, cruising, and you can see Civ out in front of you, out past the cage, past the bowsprit. It is not just that we end into sandy water. It's a ledge. It's a cliff. After which there's ocean, but it is a huge cliff. And the boat continues to go at this incredible speed. And you hear Saugus from the back of the boat holding onto the wheel go, "Hold on." And the boat goes over the side.
Can I scream cliff at the top of my lungs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ago and I are just hanging off the back. We can't see this at all, right?
No. But what you see is sand.
Nothing.
No.
Water. much lower than sand was.
Oh my god.
And you come out over the side in midair, and the boat starts to tilt down, and just as it does, Civ, you see Charon turn inside his cage and reach up with his bracelet and pull the turquoise stone off of it. And he turns to you and he says, "Can you get it to the island?" I mean, you're in midair.
I know.
He says, "Arrow!" He heads.
Yeah. I'll knock an arrow, sure.
He slams the bracelet, the whole, he pulls the gem, and the bracelet comes with it, and he slams it on around your arrow. And you pull it back, and you loose the arrow, and it goes up into the air. As the boat falls over the side, and the arrow shoots off the back through, over the head of Fahima, over the head of Lily, over Whitebeard's head, over Loudmouth's head, over the back of the ship as you guys are falling. Uggo and James see an arrow glinting with something on it. I'm not doing this well. And it hits the side of the island just as the boat clears the side. And it lands, and you see this eruption of magical energy. Nothing happens for a second. And then it goes, and everything contracts. And where there was sand and this cliffside and this dry, arid expanse of desert, an eruption of water explodes up and out of the entire surface of the island. You see Yuan-Ti on the backs of their craft get thrown up into the air in plumes of exploding water that shoot up the sides. You see rocks and sand just being completely catapulted into the air by this eruption of water and moisture shooting up out of the surface of the island. And you see the island itself sort of lifted out of the ocean, projected up into the air higher and higher as your boat continues to fall toward the sea. And waterfalls begin to cascade over the side of the island. Just an enormous eruption of water from nowhere, magically transforming this arid desert landscape into an incredible 360-degree circumference of this enormous island of waterfalls. And the boat continues to fall and land. I need Uggo and James to roll me dexterity saving throws, please. James, you have advantage from Bo Busy, and Uggo, yours is a straight roll.
Thank you, Bo Busy.
So you're still raging.
I'm gonna need it.
Well, I get
I
it all
wanna-
the time. It's the instinct.
I want to kind of like clock them and then do like a tumble roll over to them, and I want to get within range that if necessary I can cast Feather Fall if we're flying off
Thank
of
you.
this.
19.
All right.
10.
So,
That makes it though, right?
James, you somehow manage to see this all happening and get a handhold on the side of the back of the boat as you feel Uggo's grip on your hand loosen, and it is you who grab him and support him for a moment as the boat plummets 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, boom, boom, and then it hits the surface of the sea, and you somehow manage to take that incredible impact and hang on, water spraying up and splashing you from the side. Uggo's weight yanking on your arm, and you strain and your arms hurt, and I mean, you've just been stretched by these two creatures, and it burns and stings, but you hang on for dear life for your blood brother. And the two of you grasp onto the side as waves splash up and ripple off the side of the boat, and you both turn back and look at this island completely transformed into an island of infinite waterfalls. And that's where we're going to stop tonight.
Does it look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Sure does.
Let's like Johnny, the secret
We
tunnel.
called that, James. Morgan, we called it. We called it, dude.
It's the birth of Whitebeard's Juddy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
That
dude.
was so cool.
Good.
So,
Good job,
Jeff, holy crap.
good
that
job,
was
you
so
guys. That was incredible.
Wow.
What would you have done if I wasn't standing next to the thing? How was you gonna get it to
And
the
if he
island?
wasn't
Like,
doing it casually, what would
Yeah.
you have done?
It was very casual. The whole thing very casual.
very casual.
All right. So
Oh man.
we went a little long, but I appreciate you guys hanging in there with us.
Yeah.
That was a fun one. We're doing this in a new way. This is not the end of this story. We're going to find
No.
out more next week. And I think this side adventure has more surprises in store for you.
Definitely.
I
Yay!
hope you stick around. I know this is not our usual manner of telling stories, but I think we're finding our way through it. Excuse me. I apologize for any technical difficulties or my mic. I heard my mic was not great for a while. It's hard for me to gesticulate and be in the camera, but we're figuring it. And we're thankful for you being there with us. I want to thank all the folks that gave us advantage and disadvantage tonight. I want to thank all the folks who gave us love, showed us love. Jack D057, Red Robin, Zeke2 Eekz. It's a palindrome. They call me Creek. Just Jules and others just gave us balloons. We appreciate those. But everybody that gave us balloons tonight, we are so grateful. We are so grateful to be here right now during this tumultuous time. You know what? I'm going to get emotional and say for the last 4 hours, I haven't thought about anything other than
Neither
this.
have I. I was just about to say that, dude. You did this. This is so good, man.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thank you thank you guys. You guys are awesome. And thanks to all the production staff at Caffeine for letting us continue and for making the show looking as good as it is, and really just kind of moving mountains to make us able to even do this at all, let alone in this kind of compressed time frame. It's pretty extraordinary. So thank you to Alex and Bernardo and all of the folks.
Everyone.
Thank you all.
And you, Jeff, for getting this together
you.
in 1 week.
So good, dude.
For your storytelling.
All right. Well, I appreciate it.
That's
you
what
guys.
transports us.
Amazing. Can I quickly pitch? Dungeon Rundown is still going. It's going to be Tuesday, 6 p.m. on Caffeine TV. So
and
tune
allow
into
us
that
to
as well.
say thank you one more time for the great, amazing charity auction, which ended this last
Yes.
Saturday. We raised
Oh,
over
man.
$13,000, which
So
is so
crazy.
incredible. We know this community is so good and so powerful. It was nice to really kind of use that power for even more good and amazingness. So thank you again to everybody.
And all of you guys, I miss you and I love you. And I can't wait till we see each other in person again.
Agreed.
Let's hope that's sooner rather than later. But it sounds like we're going to be able to be here every week until then. So that's wonderful. And we hope to see you next week.
Indeed.
Until then, humankind.
Be both.
Be both. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye. Take care.
To all of you who played along and interacted with us this evening, our humble thanks. And thank you to everyone that shared our adventure. And don't forget, the Dungeon Rundown, the official Dungeon Run. Milo, what on earth is this music? I love it. Let's play this at the end all the time. Don't forget, the Dungeon Rundown, the official Dungeon Run after show, airs Tuesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific. Our host, Trisha Hirschberger, sits down with the cast of the show to talk all things Dungeon Run. From community questions and episode recaps to theories and all the fan art your mortal brains can fathom. The Dungeon Rundown airs right here on caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run. Make sure to follow the channel to get live notifications. And of course, join us for the Dungeon Run next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific right here as the Dungeon Run continues. Until next week, may the dice roll in your favor.
It started. As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.
In a world where magic exists, anything is possible.
Ah, life is pain. Ah, life is pain. Pain, 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 pain.
Me, I love you. Come back to me.
no plans.
The island of Bingle is safe once again. You may return to your homes. And if there are any that are willing, help them rebuild.
Humankind. Be both.